Chapter 68. The kitten had probably been hungry the whole night, so it immediately dug in when it saw the food. Mei Xiaowen even unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for it to drink. Less than 5 minutes later, the kitten suddenly leaped forward, fell limply to the ground, and fainted, motionless. **T. It's all because of the free food. But why would the people at the resort do this? Strongman yelled. The people from Class 2 passed out at Mingyue Court just like that. Thank goodness they didn't eat the free food. Mei Xiaowen's back broke out in a cold sweat. The wind and rain outside were getting stronger, and the entire Dufeng Mountain was swaying in the wind and rain. 50 miles away, in a small, secret computer room at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City, a huge computer received an electronic signal from somewhere every 5 minutes. This signal was transmitted by cell phone signal stations all over the country. As long as the phone was working, the signal could be continuously transmitted back to the secret computer room at the Special Operations Forces base. It happened to be a Saturday, so the people on duty outside the computer room were more relaxed than usual. They sat on the computer chair with a cup of tea in their hands, playing games from time to time. The computers at the base couldn't access the external network, so they could only form teams and kill monsters on the internal network. About an hour ago, the computer that specialized in receiving electronic signals was unable to receive the signal that was transmitted back at a fixed time. The computer program ran automatically, faithfully executing a human-written program. It received a signal every 5 minutes. After half an hour of no signal, the computer faithfully executed its program and sounded an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp, drawn-out beep sounded in the computer room. At the same time, a red light flashed like a police siren. Zhao Yangzi was in the bathroom showering when he heard the alarm. He didn't even have time to wipe the soap off his body. He wrapped a large towel around his lower body and rushed out of the bathroom. He quickly turned on the computer and checked the program he had written for Gun Yinji. The look in his eyes changed. He hadn't received a signal for half an hour. What on earth had happened? Gun Yinji had a transmission device they had specially prepared for her. It used the ubiquitous cell phone signal stations throughout the empire to transmit an electronic signal. If there was no signal for more than half an hour, the program would automatically determine that something had happened. Zhao Yangzi immediately called In Shixiao. Big Xiong, Big Xiong, what's going on? What happened to Nyenji? Where's Little Li? Hadn't he gone to Dufeng Mountain with Nyenji? Why did Nyenji and Little Li's signals disappear? Little Li was a member of their base. Usually, when they went out on missions, they also carried such a signal transmitter with them. This made it easy for the Special Operations Forces to determine their location and for them to communicate with the base at all times. Once they lost contact, most of the time, it meant that something had happened. In Shixiang had just finished dinner and was lying on the sofa to digest his food. He shivered when he picked up Zhao Yangzi's call. What's going on? Did something happen to Nyenji and Little Li? Nyenji even sent me a good night message yesterday. Last night? I mean just now. Their signal has been gone for half an hour, Zhao Yangzi said anxiously. I'll go check the cell phone signal station. In Shixiang also got up with a grunt. I'm going to the office to call the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. Zhao Yangzi opened his high-clearance account and entered the Sea City government's infrastructure network. From this network, he could check the status of the cell phone signal stations within 500 miles of Sea City. Zhao Yangzi immediately checked the cell phone signal stations near Dufeng Mountain. He immediately saw that the only cell phone signal station near Dufeng Mountain had a big red X symbol on it. This meant that the cell phone signal station there had malfunctioned and was no longer operational. Zhao Yangzi breathed a small sigh of relief. He put on his headset and called In Shixiang again. The cell phone signal station near Dufeng Mountain is malfunctioning. I saw the weather forecast. It's raging there. That's probably the reason. In Shixiang responded from the office. He kept dialing, his eyes growing more and more nervous. Little Zay, can you check the status of the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center? I just found out that their landline is also not working. Zhao Yangzi froze. The cell phone signal station could have been damaged due to the weather. However, The landline phone could not be reached either. Something was not right. Zhao Yangzi opened the instant messaging program he had written himself and sent 2 messages to Gun Yinji and Little Li. The difference between this program and the common instant messaging programs on the market was that Zhao Yangzi's program could provide feedback on the other party's network status, similar to a pin function. It could check whether the other party's network was working. The results shocked Zhao Yangzi even more. The network at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center was down. There was no cell phone signal, no landline, and now even the network was down. What kind of natural disaster could cause such devastating consequences? Zhao Yangzi frowned and said to Yin Shixiang, "I think you should call the local police station. There's a major problem at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa." "What kind of problem?" Yin Shixiang's hands were also shaking as he looked up the number of the police station near Dufeng Mountain. "Either there's a major natural disaster there, or there's a terrible man-made disaster. Either way, we don't want to see it happen." Zhao Yangzi's voice was calm as he spoke. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a series of commands in an attempt to establish a connection with the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. However, each failure made him realize that the damage was physical, not a simple programming problem. On a rainy night, the police station near Dufeng Mountain received an inquiry from the parent of a C University Law School student. "What happened to your Dufeng Mountain Resort Center? Why can't I get through to them? Is the cell phone signal station down? My child is on vacation at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. Can you afford to have a problem?" The person hung up the phone. The junior officer on duty was confused and didn't even have time to ask for the person's name. From the caller ID, it seemed to be a very common area number in Sea City. The young policeman looked out the window at the curtain of rain, then thought about the nearby Dufeng Mountain Resort Center. He dutifully put on his raincoat, put on the large flashlight, and carried his baton. He also brought a small pistol with him. All officers on duty at night were given guns and ammunition. The junior officer, who was in his 20s, was a local and very familiar with Dufeng Mountain. Although it was raining heavily, he successfully reached the main road leading to the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly tripped and almost fell to the ground. He quickly steadied himself and shone the powerful flashlight on his face. He was so shocked that he almost dropped the flashlight. The thing that had tripped him just now was a person. However, the person's head was wrapped in a black plastic bag, and he was sprawled on the ground with a rifle in his hand. The first update would be at 1 p.m., and the monthly pass would be 600 plus updates. The regular update would be at 6 p.m. The fourth update would be at 8 p.m., and the monthly pass would be 700 plus updates. Thanks to the Marionette's Ball and the God of Wells Coin Bank yesterday. The next time there would be a fourth update would be when the monthly pass would be 900 plus updates. P.S. You could divide the territory of another country with a piece of arbitration. If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven? I bought a watch last year. Chapter 69. The rain was pouring down and the night was dark. The wind whipped up the branches, making a loud crashing sound. The road meandered between 2 mountains. The wind echoed loudly, as if a demon lurking in the abyss was revealing its hideous body step by step. The junior officer was stunned for a moment before he pulled out his pistol. With one hand holding the gun and the other holding a flashlight, he slowly moved towards the man. When he was almost in front of him, he stretched out his leg and kicked the rifle on the ground away. The junior officer kept his eyes on the man lying on the ground with a plastic bag over his head, afraid that he would suddenly get up and try to snatch the gun from him. But the man did not move for a long time. The rain pattered on the man's body and flowed down his back in a zigzag pattern. The junior officer grew bolder and kicked the man with the tip of his foot. Still, the man did not move. The junior officer was finally relieved. He crouched down and tried to pull the plastic bag off the man's head. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not untie the ordinary-looking plastic bag. What the hell? How can a broken plastic bag be so tight? The junior officer muttered. He took out his pocket knife and cut open the plastic bag. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, followed by a clap of thunder. A man's head, bleeding from all 7 orifices, popped out of the black plastic bag. It was a frightening sight to behold against the dark lightning. Ah! The junior officer screamed again and hurriedly stepped back, almost falling on his butt in the mud. Boss! Boss! Something bad has happened. The junior officer, who had only been on the job for a few years, hurriedly took out his cell phone to report to his boss. But he could not make any calls on his cell phone. He looked at the notification on his cell phone. Damn, there was no cell signal here. The junior officer looked at the main road leading to the resort. It was swaying in the wind and rain, and he could not see the entrance. He looked in the direction he had come from. It was also foggy. He hurriedly got up, stamped his feet, grabbed the rifle that he had kicked away, and ran back to the police station. Not long after, an urgent phone ringing woke the chief of the police station near Doofing Mountain. What's going on? The chief rushed over and saw the rifle that the junior officer had dragged back from the mud. His eyes narrowed. An American Ray sniper rifle? Where did you find it? It's on the main road leading into Doofing Mountain Resort Villa. There was still fear in the young policeman's eyes. He looked at the chief in admiration. Chief, you recognize this gun? He only knew that the sheriff was a retired soldier, but he didn't expect him to be proficient in firearms. The sheriff smiled and looked at the sniper rifle, his eyes filled with memories. Back then, in order to be a sniper in the Army, I put a lot of effort into these things. It's a pity that I can't compete with him and didn't get the position. This was a sad matter for the sheriff, so the young officer immediately changed the topic. Boss, there's a dead man over there with a plastic bag wrapped around his head, and this sniper rifle is next to him. There's a sniper rifle next to him, and he was suffocated to death with a plastic bag. The chief was shocked. Who has come to our little Doofing Mountain? The young officer looked at the chief with a dumbfounded expression. He had no idea what the chief was talking about. Chief, a parent of a C University law student called tonight, saying that a C University law student had come to Doofing Mountain Resort Villa for a graduation trip, but his cell phone and internet connection were all disconnected. His family was worried, so they asked us to go and see what was going on. I went to take a look, but before I could get in, I saw this on the road. He pointed at the sniper rifle. Call Doofing Mountain Resort Villa and find old Duan from their security office. The chief sat down and lit a cigarette to refresh himself. The young officer snapped out of his daze and patted the phone. The phone at Doofing Mountain Resort Villa was disconnected, and I couldn't make a call on my cell phone either. That's why I went there myself. Before I even got there, I found this in the dead man. He added, the dead man is still on the road. The phone was disconnected, and I can't make a call on my cell phone. The chief's expression turned serious. He took a long drag from his cigarette. Stop talking. Wake everyone up and put on bulletproof vests. We're going to the mountain. The efficiency of the police station was high. 5 minutes later, a squad of police officers with walkie-talkies and bulletproof vests assembled. They put on their raincoats and headed for the mountain road leading to the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa. This time, there were many of them, and they soon arrived at the spot where the young officer had found the sniper rifle and the dead man. The dead man was still lying on the ground, the plastic bag dangling from his neck. It had not been untied. The chief shone his flashlight on the body, then called 2 men over. Take it back and check his ID. The rest of you, follow me. He took 7 or 8 policemen with him and ran quickly in the rain. Just as they were about to reach the main gate of the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa, something happened. Whoosh! A bullet spun out of the bushes near the villa and struck the young officer leading the way in the chest. The young officer screamed and fell backward. Get down! Get down! The chief waved his hand and ordered everyone to get down. He crawled over to the young officer who had been shot and whispered, Is Demao all right? They were all wearing bulletproof vests. Being shot in bulletproof vests would only hurt a little, but their lives would not be in danger. The young officer whimpered, That hurts so much. Your father's at home, all right. You're the only one left to curse him. The chief smacked the young officer on the back, then slowly got up from the ground. He looked around and said, Keep moving. The young officer who had been shot in the chest pushed himself up from the ground. Just then, another bullet flew out from behind a tree. This time, it hit Mao's helmet. His helmet wasn't bulletproof. This time, he fell on his back again without making a sound. Chief, Mao was shot again. Another policeman, standing next to the young policeman, hurriedly shouted and reached out to support the young policeman's body that had fallen into the mud. The sheriff immediately fired several shots at the place where the second gunshot had come from, shouting, "Kill them all." It's in that direction. On the battlefield, a real sniper's habit was to move from place to place after each shot. Otherwise, if the opponent discovered the trajectory of the bullet, the opponent would immediately bombard the ground with artillery, blowing up everything within a 10-meter radius of the sniper. That was why snipers had another name on the battlefield, cannon fodder. But in the mountains and forests of the Empire, the chief found that this sniper was not a professional at all. The two shots he had fired had come from the same direction. So the police unceremoniously pulled out their guns and returned fire. Although the police's guns were not as high-end as the sniper rifles, there were many of them. The intense gunfire mixed with the sound of the rain quickly suppressed the sniper hiding in the woods. Not long after, they heard a low cry, and the branches behind the trees swayed a few times. They fired again, but there was no more movement. It was the middle of the night, and it was raining heavily. Visibility was too low, and in the blink of an eye, a police officer from the Doofing Mountain Police Station had died in the line of duty. Coupled with the unidentified man who had died earlier and the sniper who had escaped, the whole incident had become a major case. Bring them out back. Immediately ask for backup from the higher-ups and the garrison. Tell them we've got a big case here. The chief said through gritted teeth, wiping the rain off his face. It was hard to tell if it was rain, his sweat, or tears. The second night, the monthly ticket of 600-plus updates. The third night at 6 o'clock. The fourth night at 8 o'clock. The monthly ticket was 700-plus updates. Oh, interesting. Oh. Chapter 70. In the general manager's office of the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa, the leader of the Big Circle Boys, Yang Dawei, looked at his stopwatch and held a walkie-talkie in his hand. As soon as he heard the shouts from his subordinates, his face darkened and he cursed. Motherf asterisk cur. Old Eight's been killed. Boss, the police know something's wrong here. As soon as he finished speaking, a dripping wet man burst through the door, carrying a sniper rifle in one hand and clutching his shoulder with the other. The leather gloves he wore were stained red with blood. It was Old Seven, the criminal who had shot at the police on the road leading into the resort. The police know too. Yang Dawei frowned. Inform our men to arrest those 3 university students. We're leaving. They had wanted to deal with the situation calmly, but the police had arrived so quickly. If they didn't run, they'd be dead meat. I'll go right now. Old 3, who had been guarding the general manager's office with Yang Dawei, immediately grabbed his gun and rushed out with his men. As he passed the large conference room, he peeked inside. All the staff in the resort villa had been drugged and were sleeping soundly on the floor of the conference room. The door to the large conference room had been locked from the outside, along with a metal bar. Even if someone woke up, they wouldn't have to worry about them. In Qingfeng Garden, Gunyinji waited for almost half an hour, but Brotherly still hadn't returned. She was growing more and more anxious by the minute. Mei Xiaowen stood at the window with his arms crossed, looking out at the heavy rain. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were dull and lifeless. Strongman was wearing a raincoat and hiding behind the door of Qingfeng Garden to see what was going on outside. Through the crack in the door, he saw 2 men with guns hurrying past the main road. His legs went weak with fear. He waited until the 2 men were far away before running back, panting. He whispered to Mei Xiaowen, "Class rep, 2 men are heading to Mingyue Court. I saw them with guns." "Oh no. Are they going to make a move? What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Little Temptress clutched her head and shook her head frantically. No. I haven't lived long enough. I can't just kick the bucket like this. Of course we can't sit here and wait for death." Gunyinji, who was also standing in front of the window, turned around. Her eyes were dark as she looked at everyone's faces in the room. Her eyes were large to begin with, and her pupils were especially dark. At this moment, they were like dots of paint, and under the light, They were shockingly bright, as if there were two flames burning in her eyes. Gun Yinji's expression encouraged everyone. "What do you want to do?" Mei Xiaowen looked over, his gaze firmly attracted to her. It was this kind of expression, this kind of appearance, that would always inadvertently enter his heart. Gun Yinji put on the makeshift raincoat that had been prepared in the villa room and looked at the shining palace lanterns overhead. She smiled and said, "I'm going to pull the switch." It was best to fish in troubled waters when it was pitch black. In this way, the opponent would not have much of an advantage, and it would also attract the attention of the other people living in the villa. Gun Yinji didn't believe that the criminals would have the guts to kill everyone in the resort. If they had the guts, they wouldn't have secretly drugged the students of Minghua Court. Everyone in the room was smart and immediately understood what she meant. Mei Xiaowen immediately said, "I'll go, I know where the switch is." "You come with me, I'm very familiar with pulling the switch." Gun Yinji winked at Mei Xiaowen. Her palms were sweaty, and she was actually a little excited. She knew where the switch was, but she didn't necessarily know how to pull it. Moreover, the circuit system was much more complicated than before, and the level of protection was also much higher. People without training might not be able to pull the switch in a place as large as Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa in one go. Gun Yinji had lived in the Special Operations Forces base for 2 years and had watched the group of people train. She had also been itching to try it a few times. Pulling the switch and causing damage was something that the Special Operations Forces people had deliberately teased her and taught her to do. Mei Xiaowen said, "Okay." He also put on a raincoat and rushed into the thick curtain of rain with Gun Yinji. Mei Xiaowen had been to the resort many times, once with the head of the Mei family, and was a VIP of the villa's general manager, President Fu. President Fu had personally taken them on a tour of the resort, and Mei Xiaowen remembered that they had walked past a place that President Fu had introduced to them as the electrical room. The electrical room was the main switch for the entire resort, so they hadn't gone in. Although it had been a year or two, Mei Xiaowen still remembered it like it was yesterday. He followed the direction of his memory and brought Gun Yinji to the electrical room. It was difficult to walk on a rainy night. The two of them held hands as they walked up the steps of the electrical room. The door was tightly shut, and light seeped through the crack. Mei Xiaowen peered through the crack and was shocked. There's no one inside. Normally, there would be people on duty in the electrical room 24 hours a day. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she pushed Mei Xiaowen away. "Let me do it." She held a small, inconspicuous pendant on the keychain in her hand. She covered the keyhole as she inserted the pendant into the lock. This pendant of hers was actually a lock picker. In Shixiang had given it to her as a birthday present 1 year. She felt the keyhole in her hand and gently turned it a few times. The lock clicked open. Mei Xiaowen was stunned. "How did you open it?" "That's my secret." Gun Yinji winked at Mei Xiaowen. Her pretty face was like a rare epiphyllum blooming in the rainy night. She was so alluring that he didn't even dare to blink. He was afraid that such beauty would disappear in a flash, and he would never see it again. Mei Xiaowen's head was dizzy, and he couldn't think. He could only stare at Gun Yinji's face and listen to her melodious voice. He stood outside the door in a daze to keep watch for her. At that moment, he did whatever Gun Yinji said. He couldn't control himself. Gun Yinji also thought it was strange that Mei Xiaowen was so obedient, but she didn't have time to think about it. She quickly walked inside. There were many switches and switchboards in the electrical room, as well as all kinds of switches. Indeed, if Mei Xiaowen had come alone, he wouldn't have been able to find the main switch. If he pulled it randomly, it would only alert the criminals. Gun Yinji's eyes wandered around the electrical room and soon locked onto a medium-sized glass frame on the north wall. Judging from the wiring, it should be the main switch. Gun Yinji quickly walked over to take a closer look. The glass frame was locked with a large lock. She observed it carefully and didn't dare to use the lockpick again. The lock seemed to be connected to a wire. This kind of lock couldn't be opened with a lockpick. But the glass frame covering the main switch dashboard didn't have any circuit connections. Gun Yinji looked at it for a while and walked around the electrical room. Finally, she made up her mind and picked up a hammer from the toolbox in the electrical room. She smashed it down hard in the middle of the glass frame. Crash! The glass frame shattered, revealing the main switch dashboard inside. No matter what it wasn't easy to build, but it was easy to destroy. Gun Yinji took out the insulating pin she found in the toolbox and poked at the dashboard. Soon, sparks flew from the dashboard. There were a few crackling sounds. The lights in the electrical room flickered a few times and went out. The extinguishing of the lights in the entire resort was like a ripple effect, spreading out with the electrical room as the center. Third update delivered, asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Fourth update at 8 o'clock. Monthly 700 plus updates. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 71. F***CK. What the hell? Does a resort not want to do business? No cell signal or internet is one thing. But now even the electricity is out. The phones aren't working either. They're trying to kill us. The tourists in the other courtyards finally realized something was wrong. They pointed at the resort's management and cursed. It was raining heavily outside, so no one wanted to come out. They all stayed in their rooms, planning to confront the resort's management as soon as the rain stopped. In the general manager's office of the resort's management, the bright lights suddenly flickered twice, then went out with a hiss. Yang Dawei, the leader of the Big Circle Boys, was sitting in his chair, spinning in circles. He looked up at the chandelier on the ceiling. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Boss, I'll go take a look. Another henchman walked out with a gun. Yang Dawei was uneasy, his right eye twitching uncontrollably. Left eye twitching for wealth, right eye twitching for disaster. Why was his right eye twitching now? Yang Dawei punched his right eye hard. In Qingfeng Garden, everyone had already been notified by Mei Xiaoan that something had happened at the resort. They also knew that the students from Class 2 living in Mingyue Court had been drugged. They didn't even dare breathe and hid in their rooms obediently. They wanted nothing more than to move their beds over to block the door. When the lights in the room suddenly went out, they, who were already frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring, could not help but be surprised and agitated. Strongman quickly went from room to comfort them. It's okay. Class rep was the one who pulled the switch. No electricity is a good thing for us. We don't have cell phones or internet anyway, so we might as well go back to the Stone Age and stop using electricity. Little Temptress, Green Tea Fong, and Lady Chow stood together, nervously staring in the direction of the door, waiting for the girls to return. The two gangsters who had just arrived at Mingyue Court were the most shocked. What the hell? Why'd the lights go out? They had photos of their targets in their hands and were rummaging through the rooms of Mingyue Court. The students from Class 2 had all been drugged and were lying on the floor. They had to turn them over one by one to see their faces. They had just finished searching one room when the lights suddenly went out. He walked out and saw that all the lights in the resort were gone. Although it was raining earlier, there were still lights. The courtyards of the resort villa scattered among the mountains were originally like pearls that had been washed by water, shining in the rain. But now, there was no light in the entire villa. It was pitch black everywhere. It really felt like a dark and windy night. The two Big Circle Boys had no choice but to turn on their flashlights and continue searching room by room. Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaoan held hands as they staggered out of the electrical room and rushed back to Qingfeng Garden. It was a dark and rainy night, and there were no streetlights around. The two of them did not dare to turn on their flashlights, so they could only rely on their instincts to run in the direction of Qingfeng Garden. Mei Xiaoan had a good sense of direction and pulled Gun Yinji around in the dark for a while. Her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. Gun Yinji quickly saw a familiar road sign. Over there. When they returned to Qingfeng Garden, Strongman sneakily caught up to them and said, "There's a flashlight over at Mingyue Court. I wonder what they're doing?" Gun Yinji recalled Strongman saying that the two thugs had guns and looked menacing. Her heart pounded. She bit her lip and looked at Mei Xiaoan. "How about I go see what they're doing?" "No." Mei Xiaoan flatly refused. "Those two have guns. If you go, you'll be a lamb walking into a tiger's den." Gun Yinji thought to herself, who's the lamb and who's the tiger? Of course, she did not refute Mei Xiaoan in front of everyone. She only asked worriedly, What if they find out we changed rooms and come looking for us? Everyone panicked. No way. What do you think? Gunyinji walked to her bed and took out her swimsuit that looked like a diving suit. I'll go over to Little Mirror Lake. Is that okay? Little Mirror Lake? Mei Xiaowen frowned. You want to swim there? Yes. I swam there once yesterday. I'm more familiar with the water. Gunyinji had already gone to the bathroom to change. Mei Xiaowen did not say anything else. He quietly went back to his room to change into swimming trunks and went into the water with Gunyinji. Late at night in Sea City, several prominent families were woken up by a phone call almost at the same time. The Mei family? Your son is in danger at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Hurry up and think of a way to save him. The Chow family? Your daughter is in trouble at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Hurry up and think of a way to save her, or it'll be too late. Several other calls were made to other cities, including the imperial capital, B City. The parents of these families would rather believe it was true and immediately called their own children. However, neither their cell phones nor the landline at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa went through. Their messages to their instant messaging apps went unanswered. Their requests for FaceTime also went unanswered. Had something really gone wrong? These families all thought of the Sea City police headquarters at the same time. As soon as they called, they learned from their contacts at the police station that the police station near Dufeng Mountain had just called HQ for emergency assistance, saying that there had been a major criminal case of armed murder at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Not only did the criminals have guns, but they had more than one. Hearing this news, those parents who couldn't fall asleep even more. They strongly requested to go to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa with them. They would not be able to sleep peacefully until they saw their children walk out of the villa in one piece. The family's social status aside, the criminals had already killed a police officer. Assaulting a police officer was a felony. HQ took this matter very seriously and immediately dispatched their most capable deputy chief, along with a special task force and 100 riot police officers. They rushed to Dufeng Mountain that very night. It was raining all the way from Sea City to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. In order to get to the scene quickly, HQ closed off the highway and let the special task force go first. They were all good snipers in the police force and were especially capable of dealing with such a vicious armed murder case. The deputy chief of HQ took a helicopter to Dufeng Mountain. In the pitch-black rainy night, a long line of police cars with sirens blaring and lights flashing on the highway headed towards Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. A helicopter flew across the night sky, braving the heavy rain as it flew towards the airport near Dufeng Mountain. At the Sea City Special Operations Forces base, Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang stood stiffly in front of Hua Xiaoing. Their faces were pale as they said, "Sir, Little Li is in danger. Gunyinji is in danger." Hua Xiaoing sat behind his desk and clasped his hands together. He slowly raised his head. His handsome face was still expressionless, but his tone was unusually cold. What happened? Fourth monthly pass delivered at 700+ updates, requesting monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 72. Hua Xiaohing's gaze was chilling. Zhao Yangzi used all his strength to keep his legs from turning to jelly, but he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would be tongue-tied. He could only look at Yin Shixiang and say slowly, "Big Xiong, go ahead." Yin Shixiang had always been a smooth talker, but standing in front of Hua Xiaohing and facing his chief's powerful aura, Yin Shixiang couldn't utter a single tactful word. He could only be direct and tell the truth. "Chief, Nianji is in danger on her graduation trip to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. She is currently uncontactable along with Special Operations Forces member Little Li." Yin Shixiang stood ramrod straight, his hands pressed against the seam of his pants as he spoke loudly with his head held high. Hua Xiaohing stood up and slowly folded his hands behind his back. His ink-black eyes were like an abyss that seemed bottomless. However, there was a trace of intensity in the center of his eyes, like a lonely flame burning in the night sky. Anyone who approached him would be burned to ashes by the flames. He quietly stared ahead for a while, then reached out to turn on the computer on his desk. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and his voice was low. "Activate satellite tracking." Zhao Yang's eyes lit up. His mood, which had been stifled for half an hour, suddenly felt better. He screamed, "How could I forget that? Chief, please authorize Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Liangzi to activate Special Satellite 2. Hua Xiaoheng nodded without looking at him. He had already turned on Special Satellite 2's tracking system on the computer. Zhao Yangzi turned and ran out of Hua Xiaoheng's office. He rushed into the innermost room in the computer room and sat in front of the large central control computer. He blew on his hands and quickly entered a series of passwords. He then verified his fingerprint and pupils, and finally generated a random temporary password. In Hua Xiaoheng's office, Yin Shixiang didn't dare move. He stood stiffly in front of Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead and rolled down his hairline to his collar, merging with the sweat on his back. Hua Xiaoheng bent over and skillfully operated his computer to activate a secret program. 5 minutes later, above the blue planet at an altitude of 30,000 kilometers, a satellite named Special Satellite 2 completed its orbit change and aimed at the location indicated by the program. In Qingfeng Garden at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Center, the exquisite platinum lilac earrings on Gun Yinji's earlobes suddenly flashed with a faint white light. In the pitch-black room, the light looked like a firefly flying by. "Found it!" Zhao Yangzi cheered from the computer room. "We found Yinji and Little Li's locations. Number 9 is at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. Something's not right." Xiao Li's position seems to have already left the villa. Zhao Yang's fingers continuously entered various commands on the computer and performed complex calculations to ensure that Gun Yinji and Xiao Li's positions were accurate to the meter. In Hua Xiaoheng's study, he operated the computer program and commanded everyone to work together to aim Special Satellite 2 at the target. At the same time, he listened to Yin Shixiang's detailed explanation of what had happened. Their classmates wanted to go on a graduation trip to Dufeng Mountain Resort. I'd investigated the place beforehand, and I was convinced that it was a good place, so I agreed. Little Li also went. I didn't expect. Yin Shixiang murmured as he slowly lowered his head. "Chief, please punish me." Although no one had told him the details, Yin Shixiang knew that Gun Yinji had just been in danger 2 months ago, and it was Chun Lai who had rescued her. Yin Shixiang had no prior knowledge of this. Now that something like this had happened, it was truly his dereliction of duty. Hua Xiaoheng looked up, his dark eyes reflecting Yin Shixiang's dejected expression. "Big Xiong, you my soldier. Don't say things like I didn't expect. There's no chance for you to say I didn't expect during a war. Because those who had such thoughts had already died on the battlefield." Yin Shixiang lowered his head even more. Deep in his heart, he knew the reason. At the end of the day, he hadn't treated taking care of Gun Yinji as a military mission, so it was inevitable that he had missed something. "You will definitely be punished, but this matter isn't over yet. Whether you can atone for your crimes or be demoted all the way to the bottom depends on your luck. Get out." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at Yin Shixiang as he spoke coolly. "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang stood on both feet and saluted loudly before turning to run out. As soon as he left, he immediately contacted the Sea City branch of the Special Operations Forces and asked, "What's the situation at Dufeng Mountain?" The person quickly replied respectfully, reporting, "Lieutenant Colonel. The police HQ has already dispatched a special task force and 100 riot police officers, led by Deputy Director Liu, with the full support of the entire police force. Oh, and they've also sent a helicopter over. Also, they've contacted the local garrison's special task force, just in case." Yin Shixiang asked in detail for a long time before hanging up. Even the garrison's special task force was on standby. The situation at Dufeng Mountain was worse than he had expected. Yin Shixiang couldn't care less about his own honor and safety at this time. He rushed to Hua Xiaoheng's study and asked loudly, "Reporting, Chief. Special Operations Forces Lieutenant Colonel Yin Shixiang requests support from the Dufeng Mountain Police Station." Hua Xiaoheng slowly looked up, his eyes sweeping over Yin Shixiang's face. It seemed that the situation was worse than he had expected. Hua Xiaoling had the same thought as Yin Shixiang. He turned off his computer and straightened up. Get someone to prepare a car and bring little Zay. I'm going too. What? Yin Shixiang became even more nervous. Chief, you can't go. It's too dangerous there. We don't know the number of criminals, and we don't know the terrain. Chief, Hua Xiaoling didn't say anything. He only looked up at him. That one look was enough to shut Yin Shixiang up. He stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. I'll go prepare immediately. Hua Xiaoling walked to his bedroom alone, opened his closet, and changed into a custom-made military uniform. He wore knee-high boots, a bulletproof knee pad, and special bulletproof vests on his torso and legs. Even the helmet on his head was bulletproof. He strapped 2 Browning pistols to his waist and half-raised the American-made 16 semi-automatic submachine gun in his hands. He walked out calmly. Hua Xiaoling was a major general. When he went out, he always brought at least 8 guards with him. However, because he was in charge of the Special Operations Forces, which was completely different from the field army, he needed to maintain secrecy and not intimidate the public. Therefore, this time, he only brought Fan Jian, a guard who doubled as his driver. Yin Shixiang sat in the front as usual, while Zhao Yangzi and Hua Xiaoling sat in the back with a pile of electronic equipment. They were driving a Humvee. What license plate? Fan Jian started the car with his right hand and opened the door with his left to reveal a mess of license plates. They could be used and changed at any time. Use the local garrison's license plate. Yin Shixiang looked at Hua Xiaoling and saw that he had closed his eyes. He knew that Hua Xiaoling had no objections. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., the second update for the Spirit Pet Fate awarded by the leader of the Smiling Light Veil Alliance. At 6 p.m., the third update. Please ask for monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 73. Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen had just arrived at Little Mirror Lake and were swimming quickly towards Mingyue Court from Qingfeng Garden as they climbed the steps to the back door of Mingyue Court. Climbing the steps to the back door of Mingyue Court, Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen poked their heads into the courtyard to see where there was light. The 2 big circle boys searched the 6 rooms with flashlights, sweating profusely, but still couldn't find the 3 students they were looking for. What the hell? Aren't they here? As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes darted in the direction of Qingfeng Garden. If they weren't here, then they could only be at Qingfeng Garden. This time there were 2 classes. The 2 men grinned and immediately took out their walkie-talkies to report to their leader, Yang Dawei. Boss, they're not here. Gun Yinji's heart sank. She cursed inwardly and quickly dragged Mei Xiaowen back. Finally, they made it back to Qingfeng Garden before the 2 thugs could reach them. Gun Yinji anxiously advised everyone. We can't stay here. They can't find us at Mingyue Court. They'll be here soon. There's only 2 of them. We have more than 20 people. What are we afraid of? One of the boys slammed his fist on the table. In the darkness, Gun Yinji's eyes shone like stars. She said calmly, It's not that we're afraid of them. It's just that we don't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. They have guns. That alone is enough to make us retreat. We can't fight them head-on. Yinji has a point. Mei Xiaowen was the first to agree. We don't have any weapons. We can't fight them head-on. If they had knives, we might have a chance to win if we attack them together. But they have well-equipped rifles. Are we going to fight them with our own bodies? Gun Yinji gripped her phone in her hand. I plan to go into the water and swim to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Oh, but I don't know how to swim. 4 or 5 boys and girls among the students cried out. Gun Yinji turned to look at Mei Xiaowen. Class rep, let's split up. Those who can swim will take those who can't, and we'll go into the water immediately. We can't delay any longer. The nightmarish situation from earlier flashed through Mei Xiaowen's mind, and he made a prompt decision. Get in the water now. If you delay any longer, you'll have to bear the consequences. Gun Yinji grabbed the nearest girl who didn't know how to swim. Come with me. When the students behind her saw that Gun Yinji, the youngest among them, was leading a classmate who didn't know how to swim, their courage multiplied. They found helpers in twos and threes and walked silently to the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden. They entered the water from the stairs. The rain was still pouring outside, hitting the surface of Little Mirror Lake noisily like pearls falling on a jade plate, perfectly covering the sound they made when they entered the water. Just as the last student of Class 1 disappeared from the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden, a loud bang came from the front gate. "They're here!" The same thought popped up in the minds of the students. Gunyinji hugged the female classmate from behind and whispered, "Don't be nervous. Don't pull me. I won't let you go." The female student was so touched that she said repeatedly, I know. I won't drag you down." Gunyinji's swimming ability was extraordinary. The other students had 2 boys carrying a classmate who couldn't swim. Gunyinji carried the girl by herself and treaded the water. She was faster than the students who swam alone. Everyone automatically regarded Gunyinji as the leader and followed her to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Little Mirror Lake was very large, almost 2 kilometers in diameter. It was not easy to cross the entire lake, but if they didn't swim forward, they would die. Therefore, everyone performed at a level they normally couldn't reach and swam steadily and quickly. Fortunately, Gunyinji had destroyed the main power switch of the entire villa. Now the entire villa was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. With the wind and rain, no one noticed the slightest movement in Little Mirror Lake. Inside Qingfeng Garden, 2 big circle boys kicked open the main door and rushed in with rifles and flashlights. They thought they would see the same scene in Mingyue Court as they had seen in Mingyue Court, with university students fainting everywhere. In the end, they searched all 6 rooms and couldn't find a single student. Motherf asterisk Kerr, where the hell did they go? Don't tell me they can fly. One of the big circle boys slammed the butt of his rifle on the door angrily. The other big circle boy was calmer. He looked around and said, "Looks like there's a master among them. He's already escaped with them." Escaped? It's raining heavily outside. Where can they go? And it's not just 1 or 2. It's more than 20 people. Tell me, how did they escape? How would I know? Look, their luggage is still here. Maybe they're hiding somewhere. The calmer big circle boy shone his flashlight around Qingfeng Garden. Should we ask the people here if there are any hidden doors or secret rooms in these rooms? You call the boss. I don't dare. The hot-tempered big circle boy sniffed and said angrily, "He just scolded me like a dog." The calmer big circle boy thought for a moment and picked up the walkie-talkie. His voice immediately sounded very sincere. "Boss, we have a bit of a problem. Speak." Yang Daoi's exasperated voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Tell me what problem you have." "There's no one in Qingfeng Garden." "Boss, do you want to ask the general manager of the villa if there are any secret rooms or hidden doors in the courtyard?" "We suspect they're hiding." Yang Daowei sat in the pitch-black general manager's office, looking out the window at the storm. He was furious. "Bring me the general manager." One of the big circle boys rushed to the storeroom and dragged out the exhausted Mr. Fu. "Tell me, are there any hidden doors or secret rooms in Qingfeng Garden?" Yang Daowei pointed the barrel of his gun at Mr. Fu's throat. Mr. Fu's heart constricted in fear. He couldn't breathe and fainted. Soon, a faint stench and a pungent stench filled the room. One of the big circle boys kicked the unconscious Mr. Fu. He pissed his pants. Yang Daowei slapped Mr. Fu hard in the face. He stood up with his gun in hand and said with a dark look in his eyes, "Let's go. Bring the guns and go to Qingfeng Garden." There were only 5 of them left, and they rushed out together with their guns. When they arrived at Qingfeng Garden, they searched inside and out, but couldn't find any hidden doors or secret rooms. Yang Daowei walked to the back door of Qingfeng Garden with his gun in hand. He squinted at the drizzling Little Mirror Lake and spat out the words through gritted teeth. "You're ruthless enough. I'll hit you." As he said that, he raised his gun and fired at the Little Mirror Lake indiscriminately. Spirit Pet Fate Reward for the Smiling Light Veil Alliance's second update has arrived. Reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 74. The sound of gunfire reverberated across Little Mirror Lake. The bullets whizzed through the wind and rain, whistling fiercely and echoing in the mountains for a long time. The other tourists at the Doofing Mountain Resort Villa heard the sound and thought at first that someone was setting off fireworks. Then they remembered it was raining heavily outside. How could it be fireworks? Then someone thought it might be gunfire. Everyone was even more afraid, but no one dared to run out. Almost everyone silently reinforced the gates of their own courtyards. Strangers abandoned their wariness of each other and worked together to save their own lives. The wind and rain on Little Mirror Lake grew stronger, and visibility was almost zero. Those with a poor sense of direction could only swim in circles in the lake until they were exhausted and unable to reach the shore. This was one of the reasons the Big Circle boys had not given chase. If it hadn't been for Gu Nianji, all of them would have died. Gu Nianji had always had a strong sense of direction. Although she couldn't remember the way home, she could still tell north from south on the stormy surface of Little Mirror Lake. She had swum the Little Mirror Lake twice since yesterday. This was her third time. She looked up from the water, one arm wrapped around her classmate's waist. She lifted the hand, holding the phone, and wiped the rainwater off her face with the back of her hand. It wasn't difficult for her to figure out the direction of Little Mirror Lake because it was surrounded by mountains on three sides and had a good point of reference. All she had to do was stare at the general shape of the mountains on the opposite side of Little Mirror Lake to know which way she was swimming. Fortunately, Gu Nianji and the others had already swum out of range of the sniper rifle when Yang Dawei and the others fired into Little Mirror Lake. But hearing the gunshots behind them still scared them so much they almost sank to the bottom. A few of them almost cramped up. They know we're in the water. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. They couldn't help but lower their heads and swim even faster. Gu Nianji deliberately fell back from the front and urged everyone to go faster, 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 when not looking anymore. Just grab President Fu and the university students from Mingyue Court and take them with us. Yang Dawei, who was standing on the balcony at the back door of Qingfeng Garden, ordered decisively, "The police should be here soon. If we can get out of this unscathed, I must find out what went wrong. Go!" Everyone quickly rushed out of Qingfeng Garden and split into two groups. One group went to catch Chief Fu, while the other returned to Mingyue Court. The weather was bad, and they might not be able to see the direction in the water. Furthermore, their advantage was the guns in their hands, so they didn't want to go into the water to chase after the C University law students who had already escaped. Once they entered the water, their advantage would be gone. Left with no choice, they could only settle for the next best thing. They took a few fainted students from President Fu's class as hostages. They returned to Mingyue Court and picked out a few of the unconscious university students. They picked out a few well-dressed men and carried them into their black SUV. The wind gradually died down, but the rain did not lessen. The black SUV roared and drove to the front of the management building of the villa. Two men dragged Mr. Fu, who was tied up, out of the room. They got in the car and drove to the main road out of the villa. There was almost no traffic on the road. They were burning with anxiety and couldn't wait to leave this place as soon as possible. Zong! Boom! The Big Circle boys who were driving suddenly saw a huge bump on the road ahead. They quickly turned the steering wheel to go around it. However, the black SUV's wheels hit something and suddenly skidded. The Big Circle boys, who had been holding the steering wheel, were slumped over the steering wheel. The black SUV was finally brought under control. It spun 90 degrees on the main road and crashed into a tree on the side of the road with a bang. White smoke billowed from the front of the car. The engine sputtered a few times, and the sturdy-looking SUV was destroyed. Mother asterisk cur. We crashed. The grumpy Big Circle boy got out of the car, cursing. He lifted the hood of the SUV to take a look. The engine was a charred mess, and there was no way to fix it. "Big brother, get out. The car's on fire." He yelled into the car. A few Big Circle boys got out of the car and walked over to his side to take a look. One look at the engine, and they knew that it would be impossible to start the car again. Mother asterisk cur. This is so uncanny. What the hell is going on? The grumpy big circle boy kicked the car door open and went in to take the hostages out. The car's gone. Do we have to walk? He looked up at Yang Dawei. Yang Dawe's expression was very serious. He raised his hand to stop the others from talking. He leaned sideways and listened. Oh no, someone's coming. There's a lot of them. As soon as Yang Dawei finished speaking, the sirens of the police cars in front of them grew louder. They were rapidly approaching them. What are you listening for? Mother asterisk her. I can see the police lights. One of the big circle boys muttered. He picked up a fainted college girl and slung her over his shoulder. He turned to Yang Dawei and asked, Big brother, how do we go? The road ahead was impassable. A large number of police cars were quickly closing in. Go up the mountain? Yang Dawei had just considered this possibility when there was a rustling in the woods, followed by the barking of a dog. Police dogs? They have police dogs. The timid big circle boy immediately hid behind Yang Dawei. Big brother, we can't go up the mountain. We can't outrun the police dogs on a mountain. We can't go up the mountain. Yang Dawei waved his hand. Let's go back to Mingyue Court at the resort. The 7 big circle boys carried the 4 fainted college students and the resort's general manager. They immediately ran back the way they had come. After walking for a while, an unprepossessing young man walked out of the forest on the side of the road. His head and face were covered in blood, and half of his face was swollen. One of his arms was hanging at a strange angle. It was probably broken. He sat on the side of the road and spat on the ground. I don't have a gun, but I can suffocate you with a plastic bag. This plain-looking young man was the big brotherly that Gunyinji recognized. He looked up at the exit of the resort road, anxiously hoping for reinforcements to arrive. He had been hiding in the woods and hadn't dared make a sound. He was covered in injuries and his arm was broken. He couldn't fight 7 people alone. Now that the criminals had turned back, Gunyinji and the others were in even greater danger. He could only hope that Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang would arrive as soon as possible. Not long after, he heard the rumbling sound of a helicopter overhead. He looked up and squinted to see that it was a police helicopter, not one from the Special Operations Forces. The sound of the police dogs was also getting closer. It sounded like they were coming with a lot of force. Little Lee wanted to go up to them, but the gunshot wound on his arm was bleeding more and more. His head was getting heavier and heavier. The heavy rain seemed to have turned into a whirlpool. He blacked out and fell into a ditch on the side of the road. The third watch arrived. Reminders for monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 75. Suddenly, in the middle of the rainy night, the road from the highway junction to the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa was filled with many different sounds. Dozens of police cars opened the way, whistling their ear-piercing sirens and flashing their bright lights as they sped towards the entrance of the villa. 2 helicopters circled in the night sky, casting down powerful funnel-shaped searchlights that crisscrossed over the pitch-black resort villa. Boss! Boss! Why are there helicopters here? Boss! So many cops. I think they're SWAT. 2 big circle boys, who were hiding in the bushes at the entrance of the villa, anxiously contacted Yang Dawei through their walkie-talkies. What's the panic? Yang Dawei was a tough bandit after all. He wasn't the least bit afraid. He roared, We have so many hostages in our hands, they won't dare come for real. Besides, it's not like we've never killed cops before. Show them what we're made of. The 2 big circle boys immediately raised their guns and aimed at the 2 police officers who were running towards them with the police dogs. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. 1 police officer was shot in the arm, and 1 police dog was crippled. Over there! The police officers heard the gunshots. Someone immediately carried the injured officer and the police dog away, while the other officers raised their guns and fired at the bushes. But the 2 big circle boys who had been hiding in the bushes by the road had already left. Search the place. The chief of the Dufeng Mountain Police Station was the first to rush into the villa, brandishing his gun angrily. Their young officer, Demao, had been killed in the line of duty. The other officers were holding their breaths, determined to avenge their colleague. The city police officers didn't run after them. They had to follow Deputy Commissioner Liu's instructions. You team of 20, head east and look for the tourists who live in the east side of the villa. You team of 20, look for all the tourists who live in the west side of the villa. SWAT team, go after the criminal's sniper. Deputy Commissioner Liu of the Sea City Police Headquarters methodically assigned the search tasks to his squad of riot police officers. The city police SWAT team wore balaclavas and bulletproof vests and carried sniper rifles as they chased in the direction where the gunshots had disappeared. Half an hour later, Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court were the only places in the villa that had been searched. These two places were obviously occupied by the criminals because the police officers were under heavy fire here. Dozens of police officers were hit in the legs or arms and had to be carried away. The Dufeng Mountain Police Station suffered the most serious injuries because they were running at the front. Fortunately, they were all wearing bulletproof vests, so there were no fatal injuries. Chief. Other than the tourists from Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court, all the other tourists are out. Take them back to the police station and verify their identities one by one, Deputy Commissioner Liu said solemnly. What about the management of the villa? They're all in the management building's conference room. They've all fainted. At this time, Deputy Commissioner Liu was sitting a helicopter in midair and using a walkie-talkie to command the battle. When he heard the report, he rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "Surround those two places." Sitting in the helicopter, he looked down at the situation in the resort and understood the situation at a glance. The police received orders to surround Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court in the heavy rain. Suddenly, the sound of submachine gun fire came from the bamboo forest on either side of the winding path in front of Mingyue Court. The police officers who had just rushed up immediately fell in a pool of blood. Although their bulletproof vests could protect their vital parts, they couldn't protect their arms and legs. Several police officers even had their heads blown off and died on the path in front of Mingyue Court. There was not much resistance at Qingfeng Garden. Some of the police officers successfully broke in, but found no one in the house, only a lot of backpacks and luggage scattered around the rooms. Where did the people go? The police officers searched for a while, but found no trace of them. They received orders to reinforce Mingyue Court, so they had no choice but to seal the door and retreat. The battle at Mingyue Court was unexpected. The criminals put up a stubborn resistance, holding a large number of hostages and refusing to surrender. Taking advantage of the terrain and heavy firepower, they beat more than 100 police officers until they could barely lift their heads. More and more police officers were injured, and even when the SWAT officers had been killed, unable to continue the attack, they had no choice but to ask for help from Deputy Commissioner Liu, who was commanding the battle from the helicopter in midair. Deputy Commissioner Liu, the criminals' firepower is too strong. We can't break in. Half of our men are already injured. Deputy Commissioner Liu, they have heavy weapons. Deputy Commissioner Liu was stunned. Heavy weapons? What kind of heavy weapons? How is that possible? It's probably a semi-automatic submachine gun, and they have plenty of bullets. The Dufeng Mountain Sub-Bureau Sergeant, who was a retired soldier, took the walkie-talkie and spoke to Deputy Commissioner Liu, who was in midair. Deputy Commissioner Liu, please make a decision as soon as possible to avoid more casualties. Deputy Commissioner Liu spoke to a few of his confidants on the ground, and his heart sank when he understood the full situation. He had never imagined that these criminals were no ordinary criminals, and that their weapons were no ordinary weapons. The criminals are concentrated in Qingfeng Garden and Mingyue Court. They have heavy weapons. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Deputy Commissioner Liu had no choice but to call the military officer's walkie-talkie. The military officer on standby was shocked. The criminals have heavy weapons. Where do they come from? Guns were banned in the Empire, and civilians could only play with air guns. Pistols and sniper rifles occasionally appeared on the black market, but heavy weapons, such as submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles, were rarely seen even on the black market. Moreover, these things consumed the most bullets. Given the Empire's strict control over bullets, Even if they were lucky enough to get their hands on a semi-automatic rifle, it would only take a few rounds of bullets to finish it off. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. I've already lost more than a dozen officers to them. Deputy Commissioner Liu said anxiously. There are also more than 20 University law graduates in Mingwei Court. They're all elites. They're all hostages. Their lives are precious. I hope the military can send reinforcements as soon as possible. Just as the Sea City police temporarily halted their attack and Deputy Commissioner Liu requested reinforcement from military, two big circle boys sneaked out of Mingwei Court under the cover of the night. They took a few landmines and buried them in the grass and the winding path in front of Mingwei Court. They had planned to take these things abroad to use in their territory, but the police had arrived too quickly, and they didn't have time to escape. Boss, stay in the house and guard these hostages. We'll go out and set up an ambush. Boss, you can ask the police to give us money and a plane to get us out of the country. Warrior number 2 of the Big Circle Boys discussed with Yang Dawei and decided to use the hostages to threaten the police. Yang Dawei patted the man on the shoulder. Good brother. Let's get out of the country together. Follow me. Warrior number 2 led them out the door and found the best sniping position to set up an ambush. The 5 Big Circle Boys hid around Mingwei Court. It had been raining for half the night. The water level of Little Mirror Lake had risen by almost an inch and was about to overflow the shore. The 20 University law students from Class 1, Year 4, finally swam ashore. Gun Yinji hugged her classmate's waist as they bobbed up and down in the lake. Her feet gradually touched the soft mud at the bottom of the lake, but her strength was at the end of her tether. She had just pushed her classmate ashore when she fell head first into the water. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., there was the first update of Spirit Pet Affinity rewarded by the leader of Little Circle Fish. At 6 p.m., the third update. A reminder of the monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly ticket would reach 900 today, and the fourth update would be sent tomorrow. The monthly ticket would reach 1,100 tomorrow, and the fourth update would be sent the day after, and so on. Chapter 76. Ninji? Ninji? The girl who Gun Yinji had carried across the entire Little Mirror Lake was shocked. She screamed Gun Yinji's name in terror, but didn't dare bend down to return to the water. She and Gun Yinji were the last to reach the shore. The first to reach the shore heard her scream and quickly ran over. Mei Xiaowen, who had been waiting anxiously on the shore, ran the fastest. He dashed to the shallow shore and bent down to scoop Gun Yinji out of the water. He carried her across his chest and walked out of the water step by step. Little Four, are you okay? Don't scare us. Little Temptress was on the verge of tears. She rushed over and took Gun Yinji from Mei Xiaowen's arms. Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow also rushed over to help. Together, they carried the unconscious Gun Yinji to the only long stone bench in the straw hut by the shore. Lady Chow sat on the end of the bench and placed Gun Yinji's head on her lap. She reached out to feel her breath and sighed in relief. She's still breathing. She's probably just tired. The girl Gun Yinji had rescued covered her mouth. She was both happy and scared as she cried. These people had been pampered young masters and mistresses since they were young. This was the first time in their lives that they'd been so exhausted from running for their lives. They had just escaped death and were silent for a while. They huddled in the straw hut by the lake, sheltering from the rain and praying that someone would come to rescue them soon. They heard the gunshots from across the lake and saw the helicopter circling in the night sky, but they didn't dare call out. Who knew how many criminals there were? Where were they hiding? They had finally escaped the fate of being kidnapped as hostages. They didn't want to attract the wolf instead of their savior. The girl hugged her knees at the door of the straw hut. Her quiet sobs gradually infected everyone. Their eyes reddened, but they could only wipe the tears with the back of their hands. Mei Xiaowen half knelt in front of the stone bench and buried his face in Gun Yinji's hand. Tears flowed from his eyes and wetted Gun Yinji's palm. Gun Yinji's fingers moved, and she murmured, "Uncle Hua." Mei Xiaowen heard her and looked up at her in surprise. "Yinji? Yinji? Are you awake?" Gun Yinji opened her eyes to see Mei Xiaowen's concerned expression. Nianji, you fainted before reaching the shore and almost drowned. It was Class Rep who saved you. Little Temptress said with concern, not forgetting to help Mei Xiaowen make a good impression on Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji remembered a pair of strong arms lifting her from the water. She stared at Mei Xiaowen, her eyes gradually softening. Nothing touched her lonely heart so much as helping her. Gu Nianji looked at him and smiled. She said quietly, I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't worry. If you're tired, then don't talk. Lie down properly. Lady Chow smoothed her tangled seaweed-like hair, making it more comfortable for her to lie down. Gu Nianji grunted and closed her eyes. She was indeed very tired and needed a good rest. At that moment, Xiaoling's Humvee had just gotten off the highway. In front of them were the military vehicles of the local garrison that had come to reinforce them. After the military vehicles entered, Fan Jian drove the Humvee onto the mountain road. Zhao Yangzi, who had been constantly searching for traces on the electronic devices, suddenly looked up and pointed in a direction. Little Li should be nearby. He's very close. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a second, then turned to look out the window. The night was thick, and the heavy rain left streaks on the windows. The world outside was blurry and unclear. The military vehicle was eerily quiet. Everyone was wondering what Hua Xiao would choose. Would he stop and save Little Li first, or ignore him and go straight to Gu Nianji? After all, in terms of importance, Gu Nianji was more important than Little Li, right? Stop the car and find Little Li. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and discreetly adjusted his uniform. Fan Jian glanced at Yin Shixiang and silently stepped on the brakes. Zhao Yangzi also looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, but couldn't see anything different from his impassive face. Yin Shixiang didn't dare look at Hua Xiaoheng's face. He knew how important Gu Nianji was to Hua Xiaoheng, but the chief still decided to save his own soldiers first. Yin Shixiang had mixed feelings and felt even more guilty. As soon as the car stopped, he was the first to open the door and rush out into the rain. Yin Shixiang's Bluetooth headset also had an instant messaging function. Zhao Yangzi's voice came from the headset, constantly pointing out Little Li's location. The detector in Yin Shixiang's hand quickly beeped, and it only took 5 seconds to find Little Li lying in a ditch by the road. Little Li? Yin Shixiang patted his face and felt that his face was still warm, and he could still faintly breathe. He was finally relieved. He carried Little Li out of the ditch, carried him on his shoulder, and returned to the military vehicle. The interior of the Humvee was very spacious. There were 3 rows of seats, and there were spare seats in the back compartment. If they were put together, there would be 4 rows of seats, which could seat 12 people. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi sat in the 3rd row. The 2nd row was empty. Yin Shixiang helped the unconscious Little Li into the Humvee, and Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi moved to the 2nd row. They put down the seats in the 3rd row and turned it into a makeshift camp bed. Little Li lay on the makeshift camp bed, motionless and barely breathing. Take the first aid kit. Fan Jian turned around and tossed the first aid kit to Yin Shixiang as he stepped on the gas pedal to continue driving forward. Yin Shixiang found the needles and medicine from the first aid kit and quickly cleaned and bandaged Little Li's wound. He injected an antipyretic and anti-inflammatory shot, and even fixed Little Li's fractured arm. He used temporary plywood to tie it up. Every member of the Special Operations Forces had been trained in these first aid skills, so it was no problem for Yin Shixiang, who had excellent grades. Fan Jian stepped on the gas pedal, and the Humvee roared into the rain toward the entrance of the resort villa. With the help of the medicine, Little Li quickly woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Hua Xiaoheng, he reflexively stood up to salute. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. You're still injured. There's no need. Roger, Chief. Little Li's face was flushed with excitement. Half of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, and one I was almost sunken in. Yin Shixiang packed the first aid kit and slung it on his back. He looked at Little Li and asked, Where's Gu Nianji? Where's she? Little Li quickly replied, I was just about to report to the chief. As he spoke, he panted and recounted the entire situation from beginning to end. By the time he finished, They had already arrived at the entrance of the resort villa, which was under total lockdown. The police had set up a roadblock at the entrance of the resort villa. Vehicles could only enter and not exit. Vehicles that entered had to have a pass issued by the Sea City Police Headquarters or a pass from the local garrison. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and shifted his gaze to the window. The ink-colored window reflected his despairingly handsome face, so cold it made one's heart palpitate. His dark eyes were darker than the sky on a rainy night. He sat in the Humvee without saying a word, as silent as a mountain. Fan Jian rummaged through the box in his left hand for a long time before finding a pass from the local garrison and handing it to the police officer guarding the door. The police officer looked at him, then poked his head into the car. "Who are these people? Get out." The second update, the first additional update for the spirit pet fate bestowed by the leader of the Fish Circle of Circles, arrived. It was the third update at 6 in the evening. Chapter 77. The officer's voice was loud, but the people in the Humvee were used to situations like this, so they didn't take it to heart. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Yin Shixiao. He lifted his chin calmly. "You go." "Yes, sir." Yin Shixiao opened the door and got out, showing his Special Operations Forces ID to the officer. Special Operations Forces were going on official business. The officer looked at Yin Shixiao's Lieutenant Colonel ID and his rank as a regimental commander, and immediately ordered his men to open the roadblock. He stood on the side of the road and raised his right hand in salute as he watched the Humvee drive away. Shaoli struggled to sit up in the car and pointed in the direction of Little Mirror Lake. "I told Ninji to dive into the water and swim to the other side of the lake if she felt anything was wrong." Zhao Yangzi nodded and pointed at his electronic screen. "Ninji's position is indeed on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. She should be somewhere outside of the fighting between the criminals and the police. She's smart and ran pretty fast." Hua Xiaoheng's intimidating aura suddenly faded. The people in the car suddenly felt like they could breathe again. The Humvee roared all the way to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere in the Humvee, the situation outside was very tense. Many roads had been blocked off, and vehicles were completely impassable. Even with Fan Jian's driving skills, which were almost comparable to those of a first-rate Formula racer, he could only manage to drive a short distance from Mingyue Court. The road to the other side of Little Mirror Lake had already been blocked by the police. The rain was still pouring, and the asphalt road inside the villa was high in the middle and low on both sides, so there was no puddles. Dozens of police officers in bulletproof vests and armed with Type 18 police revolvers were hunched and hidden behind police cars, aiming at an antique building complex at the end of the road. Zhao Yangzi pulled up the 3D architectural plan of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa from his computer and pointed it out to Hua Xiaoheng. "The large blue area behind, this is Little Mirror Lake. The little red, that is Ninji, and she's on the other side of the blue area." The police and the criminals were fighting on this side of the blue area and were indeed quite far apart. "Mr. Hua, are you going to pick up Ninji?" Zhao Yangzi took out a high-powered military telescope. "The situation at the scene is still very complicated. Should we?" Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the conversation between the police and the local garrison in his headset. Zhao Yangzi paused and adjusted his headphones. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. "Mr. Hua, the police have discovered Ninji and the others. They're requesting the garrison troops to go to the other side of Little Mirror Lake to protect them." Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and tapped it on the back of his hand. He said to Yin Shixiao, "Follow them and take a look. Don't let anyone see you." He tossed his M16, a semi-automatic submachine gun, to Yin Shixiao. What he meant was to protect Gu Ninji, but not let her know that they were here. Yin Shixiao immediately obeyed. He put on the same hoodie as the local garrison special forces to cover half of his face and a bulletproof helmet. He opened the door and got out of the car, quickly disappearing into the dark night. Not long after Yin Shixiao left, gunshots rang out in front of Mingyue Court again. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and lit a cigarette. He took a slow drag and exhaled a puff of white smoke. He said to Zhao Yangzi, "Can you tell what kind of gun it is?" Zhao Yangza took off his headphones and listened for a while. He was shocked. A Czech semi-automatic submachine gun. Where did they get it? I think Sea City's customs will need to be replaced again. Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette between his fingers as he looked out the window again. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he watched the activity in front of Mingyue Court. Gun Yinji and her classmates hid in the straw hut on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. They silently prayed that the battle would end soon. They were tired, hungry, and cold. It could be said that they were starving. Strongman tried to lighten the mood. He said with a smile, I think I'll never forget this graduation trip. Who wouldn't? I'm afraid the only people who will remember it more than us are the students from Class 2. Green Tea Fong sighed as she looked in the direction of Mingyue Court. The fate of the students from Class 2 was still unknown. There were also 4 students from their class who had stayed behind at Mingyue Court. Gun Yinji rolled over on Lady Chao's lap. She stared silently at the helicopters circling in the night sky. Not long after, a man dressed in the uniform of the local garrison walked over. He counted them and asked, Are you student from the Sea City Faculty of Law? Yes, I'm a class Republic. Mei Xiaoan stood up. May I ask who you are? The garrison captain quickly said, That's great. I finally found you. I'm from the garrison. I was asked by Deputy Commissioner Liu to come protect you. Don't be afraid and don't be shy. Just do what you need to do. He turned around and called for his soldiers to be on guard. The surroundings of the straw hut were immediately protected, monitored by fully armed soldiers. Everyone immediately relaxed, and the atmosphere in the straw hut quickly became lively. In Shixiang was among the soldiers on guard. He saw Gun Yinji immediately. She was lying on the only long stone bench in the straw hut. Her face was pale, and her eyes were closed as if she were sleeping. In Shixiang was wearing night vision goggles that could take pictures and send them to the internet. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the goggles. He snapped a picture of Gun Yinji and sent it to Zhao Yangza. Gun Yinji was resting with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt like someone was watching her. She opened her eyes, and her 2 rows of fan-like eyelashes fluttered. She looked at the camera with a pair of watery eyes, and there was a deep sense of uneasiness and panic in her dark pupils, which had a built-in contact lens effect. Hua Xiaoheng happened to see the picture when it was sent to Zhao Liangza's computer. He froze. Big Xiong sent it. Zhao Liangza smiled and leaned back to show Hua Xiaoheng the best view. He said proudly, I just got it. Yinji is fine. Hua Xiaoheng took a drag of his cigarette. He looked away from Gun Yinji's wet, expressive eyes on the computer screen. He looked out the window. The gunfire in front of Mingyue Court was getting more intense. The police had retreated, and the local garrison troops were in position with their snipers. As soon as the regular troops arrived, the tables were turned. Bang, 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 bang. The local garrison's special forces snipers quickly took out 3 big circle boys armed with sniper rifles hidden in the bamboo forest in front of Mingyue Court. Deputy Commissioner Liu of the Sea City Police Headquarters heard the news from his helicopter. He waved his fists in joy. No matter how strong the criminals are, they can't beat our soldiers. However, there were 2 more powerful big circle boys who had not been killed. They were armed with submachine guns and were still entrenched in front of Mingyue Court. You're surrounded. Hurry up and surrender. Let the hostages go. If you turn yourself in, you can fight for leniency. Deputy Commissioner Liu shouted to the criminals in Mingyue Court from the helicopter. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly threw away his cigarette, but in the Humvee. He frowned. Zhao Yangza chuckled and made a pistol gesture with his right hand. You can get leniency for killing police and soldiers? My dead comrades, I'll light a candle for you. The 3rd watch arrived. Good night, my friends. Chapter 78. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Yangza. His expression had calmed down, and his voice was deep and husky. Who's in command this time? Zhao Yangza pointed at the night sky. Deputy Commissioner Liu from the police headquarters is up there. He's a young talent, a deputy commissioner at just 40. Fan Jian burst out laughing. He's 40 and he's a young talent? Then our Hua Xiao, who was promoted to Major General at 28, is a young hero? Of course, He only dared to say the last part to himself, not to Hua Xiaoheng's face. However, Zhao Yangzi understood what he meant even if he didn't say it. That was officially recognized by the empire. The oldest person who was elected as one of the 10 most outstanding youths was 55. Zhao Yangzi found the news from that year and showed it to Fan Jian. Here, how dare you say that a 40-year-old deputy commissioner isn't a young talent? Fan Jian rubbed his nose and chuckled as he stole a glance at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng never paid attention to the people around him who were making sarcastic remarks. He didn't even look at Zhao Yangzi as he tapped his finger on the car window and pointed upwards. I want his complete resume. Yes, sir. Zhao Yangzi stopped laughing and looked down to search for Deputy Commissioner Lu's glorious past on the internet. If the Special Operations Forces wanted to investigate someone, they could go back 18 generations without beating around the bush. This way, all of Deputy Commissioner Lu's 40 years of life will be laid bare for Hua Xiaoheng to see. Unfortunately, Deputy Commissioner Lu's words only shocked his own people and had no effect on the Big Circle boys. Huh, are you stupid to try and fool us with such old words? The hot-tempered warrior number 2 clutched his submachine gun and fired into the air. Tat, 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 tat. The helicopter pilot, who was hovering in the air, quickly pulled the lever. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Caught off guard, Deputy Commissioner Lu leaned back and almost fell out of his seat. What's wrong? What's wrong? His head hit the fuselage and swelled with pain. Chief Lu, the criminals are shooting at us. The pilot was still in shock and didn't dare approach Mingyue Court again. Suddenly, there was one less helicopter circling in the night sky, and the searchlights above Mingyue Court dimmed by half. Yang Dawei was cackling in Mingyue Court. He spoke in the walkie-talkie and loudly praised Vidra II. Well done. Listen up. Give us a plane, 20 million in cash, send us out of the country, and we'll let everyone go. If you don't give it to us, I'll make them die with us. Yang Dawei yelled from inside Mingyue Court and fired a few shots. The general manager of the resort villa was howling in pain. It was a horrible sight to behold. When the police officers and soldiers outside heard the bandits shouting, they were furious. If it weren't for the discipline, they would have rushed in. In a helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Lu listened to the gangsters' demands through the walkie-talkie, and he punched the seat and roared, "They're too arrogant. You still dare to raise conditions with me. Let me tell the garrison troops, I want them to attack. Get the hostages out of here alive, no matter the cost." When the garrison troops heard the bandits' shouts, they also felt that they should teach them a lesson. Snipers, take out those 2 with the submachine guns. The Special Forces sniper team consisted of 2 people, one sniper who held the gun and the other spotter who held the scope and helped the sniper aim. In order to take down the bandits, the garrison troops were going all out. They immediately sent out 7 sniper teams, a total of 14 people, to flank the bandits from both sides and find the positions of the bandits with the submachine guns. However, the 2 bandits with the submachine guns were very cunning and experienced. They were in the dark, while the garrison troops' snipers were in the open. No matter which direction the garrison troops' snipers approached from, the 2 submachine guns fired a volley of bullets at them. The garrison troops' snipers couldn't even raise their heads. Moreover, the 2 of them kept changing positions in the bamboo forest, running in different directions, and sometimes hiding behind large rocks. There was no opportunity to snipe them. Deputy Commissioner Lu, who was watching the battle from the helicopter, was very anxious. He couldn't help but grab the walkie-talkie and yell at the garrison troops officer, "Why aren't you charging? There are only 2 bandits. What do your soldiers do for a living? The bandits have hostages. They're all law students. They're future elites." The garrison troops officer turned off the walkie-talkie with a dark expression on his face. He looked up at the tall bamboo forest on either side of the winding path in front of Mingyue Court. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, they would have burned the bamboo forest down long ago. Let's see where the 2 submachine guns could hide. The officer didn't want the garrison troops to lose face because of a few bandits, so he began to give orders. Raise the flares. Get the rifles ready. We're going to fire at the bamboo forest. The snipers retreated, and the ordinary soldiers took their places. They raised their rifles and fired into the bamboo forest, but the effect wasn't obvious. The garrison troops hadn't expected the kidnappers to have submachine guns this time. They had only brought one submachine gun when they came, and the others were armed with ordinary rifles and sniper rifles. They had sent someone back at the last minute to request for heavy weapons, but the garrison troops couldn't wait any longer. The garrison troops officer took off his military cap in frustration and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the Humvee, his arms crossed as he quietly watched the garrison troops and the police's movements. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. He reached out and knocked on the driver's seat in front of him. He said to Fan Jian, "Go find Yin Xixiang and get him that submachine gun. You take care of the kidnappers." "Yes, sir." Fan Jian was overjoyed. He finally had the chance to participate in the battle. He was Hua Xiaoheng's orderly, but he was also the leader of his 8 orderlies. Hua Xiaoheng was a major general, and his orderlies were all regimental rank. Fan Jian was only a driver, and he usually did odd jobs for Hua Xiaoheng. But when he was in the army, he was the chief in the eyes of the soldiers. Fan Jian opened the car door and rushed out. He ran as if he was sprinting for 100 meters to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. He found Yin Xixiang and briefly relayed Hua Xiaoheng's orders. Without another word, Yin Xixiang stuffed the M16-8 American submachine gun into Fan Jian's hands, along with a belt full of bullets. "Do your best. Let the garrison troops and the police see the strength of the 6th Military Region." Yin Xixiang smiled as he patted Fan Jian on the shoulder. He didn't doubt Fan Jian's ability at all. What did the Major General's orderlies do? Actually, the most essential task was to be the chief's personal bodyguard. Therefore, they had to be exceptionally skilled. Just being human bulletproof vests wasn't enough. Fan Jian rushed to Mingwei Court with the submachine gun in his arms. He saw that the 2 kidnappers with the submachine guns had already injured many ordinary soldiers. He pulled down his hood to cover his face. He walked up to the garrison troops officer who was commanding the battle. He showed him his identification and said in a low voice, "Please allow me to participate in the battle." The garrison troops officer immediately agreed. "Time is of the essence, so I won't stand on ceremony. I'll remember the 6th Military Region's favor." He looked at the submachine gun in Fan Jian's hands and recognized it as the latest American submachine gun. He was even more convinced that this man was from the 6th Military Region, which used to be under the Imperial Army Special Operations Forces. Because of the Special Operations Forces' unique identity and nature, most of their activities were abroad. They rarely carried out operations within the country. Therefore, their department never used domestically produced weapons. They only used foreign weapons that could be bought on the foreign market. This way, if something went wrong, it would be easier to blame the country where the weapons were made. This was the first night watch. The second night watch would be at 1 p.m. Monthly pass of 800+ updates. The third night watch would be at 6 p.m. The fourth night watch would be at 8 p.m. Monthly pass of 900+ updates. P.S. Thank you to Fish G for the spiritual pet affinity yesterday. Congratulations to Fish G for becoming the new leader of Hello, Major General. Thank you to Leader Lightvale for the Heshabi yesterday. Thank you to Puppets Ball for the God of Wells Coin Bank. Thank you to Bug Flying 999 for the Peach Blossom fan. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 79. I'll split up with your vanguard and flank them from both sides. When we're in position, you guys fire the flares, Fan Jian suggested. The garrison officer agreed and put on the garrison's special communication earpiece for Fan Jian. Let us know when we're in position. Fan Jian was dressed in a special forces uniform. He wore a hood that covered his entire face and a bulletproof helmet on top of the hood. He carried his submachine gun and crept towards Mingwei Court in the dark and rainy night. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the Humvee, watching the battle unfold outside. Not long after, the garrison officer heard Fan Jian and the other vanguard's voices in the earpiece. In position, the garrison officer immediately gave the order to fire the flares. More than a dozen flares were fired into the night sky, illuminating the rain until it was transparent. The bamboo forest in front of them was instantly revealed to everyone. Everyone could clearly see two criminals dressed in black, standing on either side of a large boulder deep in the bamboo forest. Tat, 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 tat. Fan Jian did not hesitate to rush towards the person on the left who was closest to him and fired a volley of bullets. His marksmanship was much better than that of the local garrison submachine gun. With one burst of bullets, he sent the criminal's submachine gun flying. With another burst of bullets, the criminal was riddled with holes. He fell backwards onto the muddy ground of the bamboo forest. Soon, the rainwater on the ground had turned into blood, flowing out of the bamboo forest on the left. The garrison submachine gun on the right quickly made his move, blasting the other submachine gun's head off with a burst of bullets. Just then, another figure appeared from behind the submachine gun on the right. He rolled from the bamboo forest to the wall of Minuet Court, then entered through a secret door on the other side of the wall. Fan Jian rolled on the ground, from left to right, and crouched beside the garrison submachine gun. He asked, "Why is there another one? Where did he hide?" The submachine gun pointed helplessly at the main door of Minuet Court. "He just went in." "Huh? He already went in?" Fan Jian got up and was about to crouch forward. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from inside Minuet Court. They were louder than the submachine gun, and the firepower was stronger. Hua Xiaoying heard the gunshot from inside the Humvee and couldn't help but sit up straight. This was no longer an ordinary submachine gun. This was an American-made M134 minigun. Zhao Yangzi also heard the difference in the tone. His expression changed, and he said nervously, "Oh my God, where did they get the minigun?" The volley of fire shot out from the windows of the main building of Minuet Court. It was like birds of paradise in full bloom in the rainy night, fiery red and deadly. The gates to Minuet Court were wide open, but no one could enter the courtyard. Because the firepower of the minigun was too fierce, they would definitely be knocked down by a hail of bullets before they could even rush into the courtyard. "What should we do?" On the helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Liu was panicking. He yelled into the walkie-talkie, "Find the garrison. Look for the garrison. Ask them to send more weapons and soldiers." The soldiers below were not enough. It's not enough. In the main building of Minuet Court, of the 8 big circle boys, only Yang Dawei and Warrior No. 2 were left. Yang Dawei leaned against the back wall with his submachine gun, while Warrior No. 2 leaned against the front window, where an American-made M134 minigun was mounted. There was a box full of bullets at his feet. After blasting at the gate of Minuet Court for a while, Warrior No. 2 stopped. He turned to Yang Dawei and said, "Boss, we can't go on like this. If they're determined not to come in, they can trap us to death." "Trap us to death? Haha, they don't want these pigs anymore." Yang Dawei kicked the unconscious general manager of Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. "Look at him. He's almost drained of blood. If they still don't agree to our demands in an hour, we'll blow this place up and jump into Little Mirror Lake." Warrior No. 2's eyes lit up, and he gave Yang Dawei a thumbs up. Boss is so wise. Now that there was a way out, Warrior No. 2 was in no hurry. He calmly dealt with the police officers and garrison troops outside. From the helicopter, Deputy Commissioner Liu desperately urged the garrison officer on the ground to send soldiers to attack. "Are you a soldier or not? Aren't you supposed to protect the country? It's time for you to sacrifice yourselves, and you're just a coward?" The garrison officer was enraged. He shouted, "We are soldiers of the Empire, and we are willing to give our all to protect the country. You..." He was just about to give the order to attack when suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out. This time, the gunshots were directed upwards and were aimed at the helicopter that had just flown over Minuet Court. This helicopter was none other than Deputy Commissioner Liu's helicopter. Although the pilot quickly pulled the lever up again, he was a step too slow. The helicopter's fuselage was hit by a bullet, and there was a hole in it. He had no choice but to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa was very large, and there were several parking lots for landing. Moreover, it wasn't tourist season, so there were very few cars in the parking lots. The helicopter successfully made an emergency landing. Fan Jian saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ran back to Hua Xiaoing. He was panting. "Chief, bad news. Deputy Commissioner Liu is forcing the garrison to charge through the minigun's machine gun fire." Hua Xiaoing hated superiors who didn't care about the lives of their soldiers. He was furious when he heard this, but it wasn't convenient for him to make an appearance. Besides, he wanted to see what the two men were going to do, so he restrained himself for the time being and watched quietly. Deputy Commissioner Liu's legs felt like jelly as he got out of the helicopter. He was helped into the police car by his two confidants, and they arrived at Minghua Court. "You're an officer. Why aren't you giving the order to attack? How much longer are you going to wait?" Deputy Commissioner Liu pointed at the garrison officer and urged him on. He was burning with anxiety, and he felt sick. Such a vicious crime had occurred in his own jurisdiction, and if all the hostages were killed, his career would be over. As a 40-year-old deputy commissioner, he couldn't tolerate such a slip-up in his career. There were garrison troops here, and so many soldiers were charging in, but there were only 2 criminals left. Even if they had heavy weapons, they should be able to make up for it with human lives. The garrison officer looked at his soldiers. Apart from the snipers of the special forces, most of the other soldiers were new recruits who had just joined the army this year. Many of them were only 18 or 19 years old, the prime of their youth. Some of them still had a childish look on their faces and had only been training for less than half a year. Asking them to charge through the minigun's machine gun fire at a time like this was a suicide mission. He deeply regretted that he hadn't brought more experienced veterans with him. He had thought that dealing with the local criminals wouldn't be a big deal, and he wanted to take the opportunity to let the new recruits experience the actual combat of a small-scale gunfight, which would help improve their professional skills. He hadn't expected to encounter such a tough group of criminals. But at this point, he couldn't back down. Everyone was counting on the army now, counting on the soldiers to rescue the hostages. Therefore, even if he knew that death was waiting for them, the officer had to make a decision immediately. It was the second night watch, and his monthly ticket had been delivered at 800-plus updates. It was the third night watch at 6 p.m. It was the fourth night watch at 8 p.m., and his monthly ticket had been delivered at 900-plus updates. He reminded them of his monthly and recommended tickets. Chapter 80. At that moment, Minghua Court's big circle boy warrior number 2 shouted again. "See our firepower? Don't even think about sending more troops. I told you, you only have 1 hour. You only have 45 minutes. If we don't see the plane or the money in 45 minutes, we'll blow this whole place up. The general manager and more than 20 university students will be buried with us. We're not losing anything." This was the straw that broke the camel's back. The garrison troops and the police had no time to mobilize the main force. All of them, form up, guns up, and prepare to attack. The garrison officer turned around and gave the order to his men. A soldier's duty was to protect the country, and they were ready to sacrifice their lives for the people at any time. The garrison officer fought back tears and planned to charge with his men. Unlike Deputy Commissioner Liu, this young garrison officer had no intention of "you die, I'll do the honors." The garrison troops began to form up and prepare charge. "Stand back and leave this place to the military. They'll protect everyone." Deputy Commissioner Liu was secretly pleased and quickly ordered his men to retreat. Hua Xiaoing sat in the Humvee and listened to the conversation between Deputy Commissioner Liu and the garrison officer through the loudspeaker. He finally couldn't take it anymore. "Who's leading the garrison troops?" "Sir, it's Guan Hui, the company commander." Zhao Yangzi could easily investigate Deputy Commissioner Liu, much less an officer in the military. Hua Xiaoing nodded and ordered Zhao Yangzi, "Take down Liu and have Guan Hui come here. I have questions." "Roger." Zhao Yangzi immediately put on his bulletproof helmet and got out of the car. Deputy Commissioner Liu and his men had only taken a few steps when a tall, handsome man stood behind them. His tough attitude made it almost impossible to tell his age. Liu Qiang'an You've been stripped of your command and await punishment from your superiors. Stand aside. Zhao Yangzi waved his hand, and Fan Jian immediately rushed forward to restrain Deputy Commissioner Liu. Deputy Commissioner Liu's face turned green with fear. He stared at Zhao Yangzi and stammered. Who are you? You talk big. Why don't you go arrest criminals? Why are you mad at me? How dare you assault a police officer? This is a felony. You're not a military court. You have no right to convict me, Zhao Yangzi said coldly. He cocked his head. Take him away. Several of Deputy Commissioner Liu's trusted subordinates hid far away, not daring to confront the soldiers. The hot-blooded police officers were already dissatisfied with Deputy Commissioner Liu, and they wouldn't go against a military officer. Fan Jian and Zhao Yangzi took care of Deputy Commissioner Liu. It could be said that everyone around Hua Xiaoheng was a brave and intelligent general in the army. However, when they stood next to him, they were overwhelmed by his powerful aura. But as soon as they left him, they all shone with boundless radiance. Guanhui, come with me. Zhao Yangzi looked at the young garrison officer. Guanhui looked at Zhao Yangzi warily and did not move until Zhao Yangzi showed him his military ID. Guanhui was stunned. He looked at the younger Zhao Yangzi. You're a lieutenant colonel? Also from the 6th MR? Zhao Yangzi smiled warmly. He had a good impression of Guanhui. He had checked his resume earlier and knew that this young officer had only been married for a year. His wife had just given birth to a daughter, but he had just made the decision to live and die with his soldiers. The chief wants to see you. Come with me. Chief. Then you? Guanhui froze again. In his eyes, Zhao Yangzi was already worthy of being called the chief. I'm his subordinate, Zhao Yangzi said and turned to leave. Guanhui immediately jogged to Hua Xiaoheng's Humvee and stood at attention. Hello, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and didn't show his face. His deep voice came from the darkness. Do you know what kind of gun the criminals are using? Guanhui immediately said, Reporting, Chief. It should be a minigun. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Correct. If that's the case, why did the soldiers charge in? You should know that charging in under these circumstances is suicide. Yes, but we are soldiers. Sacrificing ourselves to save those elite university students is worth it. Their lives are more important than ours. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes shone in the darkness. He glanced at Guanhui and looked through the tinted window to the opposite shore of Little Mirror Lake behind Mingyue Court. His voice seemed to carry the vastness of the lake. You can sacrifice yourself and the lives of the soldiers to save others, but don't think of yourself as inferior. In my eyes, your lives are just as precious as those people. Chief, Guanhui choked. Don't worry. I'll lead the soldiers and charge right now. No need. Every soldier's life is precious, not to be used as ammunition for the criminals. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and ordered Zhao Yangzi, who was standing in a military posture outside the car. Call Big Xiong over. Zhao Yangzi immediately called Yin Shixiang through his Bluetooth earpiece. Yin Shixiang was on the other side of Little Mirror Lake, guarding the straw hut where Gunyinji and the others were. When he heard Zhao Yangzi relay Hua Xiaoheng's words, he immediately said, I'll come over now. But then he asked, What about Ninji? Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng in the car. Chief, Big Xiong asked what we should do over there. Hua Xiaoheng knew what Yin Shixiang meant. He sat in the darkness, his voice deep and resonant, with a heart-tugging, raspy magnetism. That side will only be truly safe if the battle ends here. As soon as he said this, the image that Big Xiong had just sent flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's mind. In the image, Gunyinji's eyes were wet. Only he could feel the panic and nervousness in the depths of her eyes, like that of a small animal. Xiaoheng closed his eyes, as if that would prevent him from seeing Gunyinji's silent gaze. Zhao Yangzi waited for a while, and when Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak again, he passed Hua Xiaoheng's message to Yin Shixiang. 15 minutes later, Yin Shixiang ran back and said, Chief, Yin Shixiang reporting. Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't come out. He sat in the dark military car and ordered Yin Shixiang through his Bluetooth earpiece. Go with Guan Hui and take out the criminal's American-made minigun. Can you do that? No problem. In Shixiang's eyes lit up. His expression was almost identical to Fan Jian's. Fan Jian's strength lay in his submachine gun fire, while In Shixiang's strength lay in his sniping. His sniping skills were almost perfect, and he had already won the title of the military's ace sniper 3 times in a row. As long as Hua Xiaoheng didn't participate, he would always be number 1. Guan Hui watched from the side, dumbfounded. He scratched the back of his head and asked suspiciously, "How are we going to fight them? They're hiding in the house, and there are a lot of hostages. If we're not careful, we'll hurt the hostages." He couldn't really end up like that joke and shout into Minghua court, "We've killed all the hostages inside. The criminals can come out now." That would be a disgrace to the military, and he, Guan Hui, wouldn't be able to absolve himself of the guilt. He'd rather die in battle. How is that possible? You're in luck today, kid. We'll show you what the 6th Military Region can do. In Shixiang followed Guan Hui over and randomly picked a sniper rifle that the local garrison's special forces had brought. It was the 3rd watch. There was a 4th watch at 8 p.m., and the monthly pass was 900 plus updates. Chapter 81. A sniper couldn't operate alone on a mission. He had to have a partner, a spotter. Guan Hui quickly said, "I'll be your spotter." In Shixiang patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you." As they spoke, the rain outside seemed to have gotten heavier. Only the sound of heavy rain could be heard in front of Minghua Court. The criminals didn't keep firing, obviously trying to conserve their bullets. However, as soon as someone passed by the front door of Minghua Court, the minigun at the window would start firing. Tongues of fire lashed out in the rainy night, turning the grass in front of Minghua Court into a mess. In Shixiang and Guan Hui took advantage of the distraction of the criminals in front of them to find a position facing the window of Minghua Court's main room. They lay flat on the ground and raised their sniper rifles. This wasn't the sniper rifle In Shixiang was used to using, but as an ace sniper, it was one of his skills to be able to shoot well with other people's sniper rifles at any time. He lay flat on the ground and tested the feel of the rifle. In order to prevent the criminals with the minigun from detecting their position, In Shixiang even took off the scope of the sniper rifle. This was because his sniper rifle was a very ordinary sniper rifle, and the scope was an optical lens. At night, even the slightest flicker of light would cause it to reflect light, which would easily expose his position. In Shixiang's vision was very good, and he was confident that he could hit the target at such a short distance without a scope. Guan Hui had never seen In Shixiang's skills before, and when he saw him take off the scope of the sniper rifle, he stared at him in shock, speechless. "Don't worry about me. Just do your spotter job." In Shixiang patted Guan Hui on the shoulder. "Get down." Guan Hui lay down a little higher than In Shixiang and began to report his observations with the binoculars that came with the sniper rifle. 20 meters ahead, straight ahead, 11 o'clock. Wind speed 10 meters per second. Heavy rain, steady rain. End of report. In Shixiang listened to the data Guan Hui reported and began to adjust the sights of the sniper rifle. Because he didn't have a scope, he relied entirely on his vision and intuition to adjust the sights. He only had one chance. If he couldn't hit the criminals in one shot and destroy their minigun, the criminals might be enraged and end up dying with the hostages. In Shixiang's failure wasn't a big deal, but it was a big deal to embarrass the 6th MR. He lay motionless on the ground for a full 10 minutes, so long that even the second brother of the Vajra warriors in Minghua Court could smell the unusual tension in the air. "Boss, what are those cops and soldiers doing?" There's no sound at all. King Kong number 2 turned around and spoke to Yang Dawei. Yang Dawei hugged the submachine gun tightly and sneered. "Why should I care about them? We'll wait for another 35 minutes. If it doesn't work, we'll blow up this place and jump into the lake." At that moment, In Shixiang finally got the chance to turn around. He quietly pulled the trigger in his hand. A high-power bullet unique to sniper rifles shot out from the silencer of the sniper rifle. Like a high-speed artillery shell, The bullet split the heavy curtain of rain. As if it had eyes, it drilled right into the barrel of the mini cannon. The high-power bullets directly hit the ammunition inside the mini cannon's barrel. It was as if they had hit a small howitzer. Boom, boom, boom. The barrel of the mini cannon couldn't withstand such a powerful explosion, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The bullet's explosive force blew a huge hole in the second brother's chest. His head was still looking behind him when he fell onto the barrel of the minigun, which had been blown to pieces. Yang Daoi's eyes were bloodshot as he watched his subordinate being blown into pieces by the exploding barrel. Second brother, he roared and tried to run forward, but he suddenly heard cheers coming from outside. Mother asterisk her. I'm not dead yet. You guys haven't won yet. Yang Daoi's violent temper couldn't be contained. He killed the general manager of Dufing Mountain Resort Villa with one shot, then used the man's body as a shield in front of him. Step by step, he pushed towards the window and shouted at the people outside who were trying to break in. If you dare come in, this will be the fate of all the hostages in this house. As he spoke, he tossed the general manager's body out of the window and pulled the trigger on the time bomb in his hand. He quickly returned to the back wall of the house and leaned against it, hiding behind a group of unconscious university students. In Xixiang had blown up the criminal's mini-cannon with one shot and killed the criminals in the process, clearing the biggest obstacle for the garrison troops and the police officers. Guan Hui felt relieved. He pulled In Xixiang to his feet and said sincerely, "Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for your help. I'll report this to you when we get back." No need, no need. In Xixiang hurriedly shook his head. There's really no need. It's good that you remember this favor. If we were to report this, we'd be crossing the line. Guan Hui understood. The 6th Military Region was not supposed to intervene in domestic affairs. But he was useless and couldn't handle this mess. His brothers had made a contribution, but he couldn't make it public. He felt very embarrassed and said repeatedly, "How can we do that? How can we do that? Don't talk back and forth. Hurry up and take care of the last criminal." Usually, the criminals who survive until the end are the most vicious. Don't be careless, In Xixiang reminded Guan Hui. Guan Hui hurriedly said, "I know. I feel sorry for my soldiers. I won't let them die in vain." "That's right." In Xixiang returned the sniper rifle to him. "Hurry up and see what's going on over there." But as they spoke, Deputy Commissioner Liu had already directed the police officers to rush into Minghua Court. Deputy Commissioner Liu, the criminals inside killed a hostage. Deputy Commissioner Liu, it looks like an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded from the entrance of Minghua Court. Several police officers who had just run to the grass in front of the door were blown into the air and fell to the ground. Who the F***CK is messing around? Guan Hui was furious and turned to glare at Deputy Commissioner Liu. "Why did you come out again?" Fan Jian had only dragged Deputy Commissioner Liu to the back to prevent him from giving out orders. After all, he was the Deputy Commissioner of the Sea City Police Headquarters. They couldn't be too bossy. Unexpectedly, Deputy Commissioner Liu had disobeyed orders in order to make a contribution. He was afraid that the garrison troops would steal the credit, so he had frantically ordered the police officers to go in and save the hostages. The main entrance and walls of Minghua Court had been blown up. Broken tiles and debris were everywhere. The situation was even more complicated than before. Yang Dawei hid in the main room of Minghua Court and laughed heartily. They had already moved the bed and large furniture from Minghua Court over to block the main entrance. There had been only one window facing the main entrance to the courtyard, and they had set up a machine gun to guard it. They hadn't expected such a powerful heavy weapon to be blown up with just one shot. Yang Dawei was still a little frightened at the thought of the military's terrifying strength, but he had no other choice. If he didn't give it his all, he would die. "Listen up. You only have 20 minutes left. If you don't give me the plane and money in 20 minutes, I'll kill all these hostages and burn them." Yang Dawei lit up his lighter in the room, lit it up, and then put it out. In Xixiang looked at the situation in front of Minghua Court in disbelief. He murmured, "They've buried landmines?" Why don't you just go to heaven? 900 monthly tickets for the fourth installment have been delivered. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Fine. It looked like you wouldn't be able to get them today. So if there were 1,100 monthly tickets tomorrow, the fourth installment the day after tomorrow. Chapter 82. The criminals had given them one surprise after another tonight. In Shixiang didn't leave immediately. He stood curiously to the side and listened to Guan Hui and his men discuss their next step. We can't force our way in. I heard there are still explosives in the courtyard. We'll have to clear them first, but we don't have that much time. Yes, and even if we don't clear them, we don't know how many explosives they've buried if we force them. Judging by their firepower, they might blow up the entire courtyard and kill the hostages inside. Then what should we do? Are we really just going to give him the plane and money and let him go? The soldiers wouldn't agree, and neither would the police officers. So many of their brothers were injured, and there were even dead police officers and soldiers. Were they just going to let it go? But we don't have any other choice. Guan Hui spread out a map in front of him. It was the architectural blueprint of Mingyue Court. Look, Mingyue Court is surrounded by Little Mirror Lake on 3 sides. Only the main entrance faces this narrow path in front of us. Our way in from the front is blocked. How about we go in from the water? Someone suggested, pointing to the map. We can send soldiers or police officers who are good at swimming from the other side, and then we can land at the back door of Mingyue Court. That's a good idea, but we only have 20 minutes left. It'll be almost time to swim over. Are we going to die with them? We could take the speedboat, but the criminals will know what we're going to do as soon as the speedboat starts. What if they kill the hostages immediately? In Shixiang listened for a while and understood the difficulties of the garrison troops and police officers. It wasn't that they didn't have a way to catch the criminal. They were just afraid that if they pushed the criminals too far, the 20 hostages he had would all be gone. In Shixiang shook his head and returned to the Humvee to explain the situation to Hua Xiaoying. Hua Xiaoying also found it tricky. It wouldn't be difficult to kill the criminal, but it would be difficult to prevent him from taking the hostages with him before he died. Little Zay, let me see the 3D architectural blueprint again. Zhao Yangzi opened his laptop and brought up the 3D architectural blueprint. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and looked at it for a while. Where's the criminal in this room? In Shixiang pointed to the back wall of Mingyue Court. Here. Yang Dawei was very cunning. He was worried that he would be shot in the head by an army sniper if he stayed close to the front door, so he stayed far away and hid behind the back wall. Behind the back wall of Mingyue Court was the vast Little Mirror Lake. The lake was 2 kilometers in diameter, so there was no need to worry about being ambushed. As long as no one swam across Little Mirror Lake, he was safe. Moreover, even if someone went into the water, they would not be able to swim there in 15 minutes. Driving a speedboat was out of the question, and descending from the sky and breaking through the roof was out of the question. Because the bandits were cruel and decisive, and they had sufficient firepower, when the time came, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Was there really no other way? In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi looked at each other. They were glad that Gu Nianji wasn't a hostage in that room. Otherwise, they would fight to the death with those bandits. No wonder Nianji grew up with us. She's learned a lot, In Shixiang said proudly, as if Gu Nianji was his daughter. Zhao Yangzi smiled and asked Hua Xiaoheng, Mr. Hua, do you want to pick Nianji up and take her away from here? Hua Xiaoheng refused without looking up. How can I leave before the situation here is resolved? Zhao Yangzi was quiet, then said quietly, but it's a domestic matter. We're crossing the line if we interfere. Before, they could say that they had interfered because of Gu Nianji's safety, so the army would not hold them accountable. Now that Gu Nianji was safe, if they interfered again and the senators found out, it would be very troublesome for Hua Xiaoheng, no matter how powerful he was. In Shixiang also thought of this, but when he thought of the tragic state of the troops and police officers, he couldn't bear to stand by and watch. Hua Xiaoheng straightened up and said calmly, This can't just be a domestic matter. We're going to interfere. It can't just be a domestic matter? You mean those foreign heavy firearms and ammunition? Zhao Yangzi suddenly understood. That's right. These were all smuggled in by smugglers. They're related to foreign enemies. This way, the 6th Military Region would have a reason to interfere. Well, Xiaoheng usually didn't repeat himself. He pointed to where Gunyinji was on the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Find a shooting point here and use an AMR. We can take his life through the lake and a back wall. An AMR? In Shixiang was instantly enraged. Hua Xiao, let me go. An AMR was also called an anti-material sniper rifle and could shoot through walls. The best AMR had a shooting range of 2 to 3 kilometers. The current world record for an AMR was held by an Australian sniper who aimed from 8 kilometers away and blew up the head of an armed criminal with one shot. It's only 2 kilometers from the other side of Little Mirror Lake to the back wall of Mingyue Court. As long as he keeps leaning against the back wall, there won't be a problem. Hua Xiaoheng put on a mask that covered his face. Go find the garrison and ask if they brought an AMR. I'll go to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Little Zay will be my spotter. Big Xiong will be at the front door, and Guan Hui will be your spotter. That way, no matter which side the criminal leans, he'll have a headshot. This was a headshot through a wall. It was extraordinarily difficult. In Shixiang's side was easier. After all, the distance from the front door to the main room was shorter. Hua Xiaoheng's side was the real challenge. Not only was it a distance of 2 kilometers from the lake, but the weather was terrible, visibility was too low, and the wind and rain would also affect the trajectory of the bullet, directly determining the effectiveness of the shot. But seeing Hua Xiaoheng's calm expression, In Shixiang chose to believe him. Roger, Chief. In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi replied in unison. They split up to find Guan Hui for an AMR. Guan Hui was overjoyed to hear In Shixiang's words. He quickly said, "The AMR has just been transferred here. I'm just worried that it won't be accurate and will hurt the hostage in the room." The bullets of an AMR were very powerful. They could even blow up an armored vehicle, which was why it was also called an anti-material sniper rifle. If it hit a person, it could directly tear the person apart. It would definitely be a fatal shot. But if it wasn't accurate and hit the hostage, it would also be a fatal shot. It's okay. Leave it to us. You don't have to take responsibility if anything happens. In Shixiang picked out 2 extremely heavy AMR rifles, one for himself and one for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't reveal his identity. He would only appear in front of everyone as a sniper from the 6th Military Region. Guan Hui was furious as soon as he heard this. "What are you saying? Am I someone who's afraid of taking responsibility? No matter what, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility." In Shixiang was amused by him and patted his shoulder. "Okay, brother, you're my friend for sure." I thought we were already friends." Guan Hui was a bit confused. Were they only friends now? In Shixiang chuckled and didn't continue speaking. He threw an AMR into the Humvee and watched them detour to the other side of Little Mirror Lake. Gun Yinji was flustered by the fierce gunshots and explosions on the other side of the lake. She sat up from the long stone bench and spaced out for a while before walking to the door of the straw hut to see what was going on there. A man who looked like an officer stopped her. "Classmate, we have a mission right away and need to clear the area. Please cooperate and don't come out." "What mission?" Mei Xiaowen stood nervously beside Gun Yinji. "How are the kidnappers now? Did they catch them? They've sent a sniper over and we'll set up a sniping point here later. You guys stay back." As he spoke, a Humvee had already sped over. This was the first update. At 1 p.m., there was a second update on the Spirit Pet Fate, rewarded by the leader of the Fish Circle League. At 6 p.m., the third update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection or corner section. Oh. Chapter 83. Set up a sniper point here. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. Her large, animated eyes turned towards the direction of Little Mirror Lake and looked at Mingyue Court across the lake. She closed her eyes and whispered, "Holy Lord, do we have to use an AMR?" Only an AMR would be able to reach Mingyue Court across the lake from such a long distance. The officer was surprised. "How do you know about an AMR?" Even the people in the army didn't know much about this, let alone the general public. Gun Yinji smiled. "I'm a military junkie. I've seen it on the internet. Study when you have time. Don't go online so much. The officer lectured her seriously. Go in. I'm closing the door. Gun Yinji nodded and was about to turn when she saw two tall men walk out of the Humvee from the corner of her eye. Her entire body shook and her mind buzzed. She quickly turned her eyes to stare greedily at the tall figure walking in front of her. The helicopter's searchlights were still hovering in the air, scattering beams of light. At that moment, the sound of the rain disappeared from her ears, and the darkness of the night slowly faded from her eyes. Everything in the world became a backdrop of nothingness, and in her world, there was only a tall man in a special forces uniform. Although he was wearing a black helmet and night vision goggles, and his face was completely covered up, so she couldn't see his face, the tall figure, broad shoulders, and intimidating aura. It was her Uncle Hua. For the first 4 years, she'd been his accessory. Now she hadn't seen him in over 2 months, and had only called him twice. Gunyinji gripped the doorpost of the straw hut, her body so stiff she couldn't move. The officer in front of the door pushed her impatiently. Go in now. This place needs to be strictly guarded and cleared. As he said that, he slammed the door of the straw hut in front of her. Gunyinji staggered from the impact and almost fell to the ground. Mei Xiaowen hurriedly caught her and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Gunyinji shook her head slowly. It was like a breath was stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down. She clutched her chest and sat against the straw hut's door. There were no windows in the hut, and the only door was closed. It was pitch black inside. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi got out of the Humvee and looked straight ahead as they walked past the straw hut. They arrived at the shore of Little Mirror Lake to look for a spot to set up the anti-material sniper rifle. From the back wall of Mingyue Court to this side of the lake, this is the shortest straight line distance. Zhao Liangzi was walking in the rain with a measuring device in his hand. He pointed at a patch of muddy grass on the shore of Little Mirror Lake. The patch of grass happened to be directly in front of the straw hut that Gunyinji and the others were hiding in. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his night vision goggles and stood at the spot Zhao Liangzi had indicated. He looked towards Mingyue Court. His night vision goggles were not ordinary night vision goggles. They were equipped with an infrared detection system, which allowed him to see the movements of people through the wall. Through the night vision goggles, he could see the situation in Mingyue Court, step by step. The kidnapper was holding a sniper rifle and hiding in the middle of the back wall. Although he could only see a blurry figure, the position of the head was still clear. There were many motionless figures lying on the floor in the room. They should be the kidnappers' hostages. They had learned from the resort villa staff that the kidnappers had drugged the hostages beforehand, so they were still unconscious. This was better than if they were conscious. At least they wouldn't cause a ruckus and cause uncontrollable problems. Here, Hua Xiaoheng half knelt on the grass and opened the case of the AMR and began to assemble it. The AMR in his hand was a heavy weapon owned by the local garrison. The barrel was 500 millimeters long, 1,200 millimeters long, and weighed 20 kilograms. It was equipped with a 10-round magazine with a caliber of 25 millimeters, capable of piercing through light armored vehicles. The house opposite Mingyue Court was said to be made entirely of wood, so the walls wouldn't be stronger than an armored vehicle. Hua Xiaoheng set the spike-shaped bipod on the ground and lay down on the grass to adjust the scope. The scope of the anti-material sniper rifle was more advanced and accurate. In order to ensure its long-range precision shooting ability, the anti-material sniper rifle scope used a very advanced real-time data processing scope system that could be connected to the internet. It was many times more brilliant than the optical scope of a normal sniper rifle. The scope system could collect, process, and calculate data such as air pressure, temperature, wind speed, rain speed, and the target's angle at the same time to achieve the effect of a fatal strike. Snipers were very rare, and snipers who could use such a complex AMR were even rarer. Hua Xiaoheng had rarely participated in actual combat over the years, but he had never let go of his marksmanship. No one in the entire Imperial Army could compete with him in sniping, be it light or AMR. No one was a match for him. Hua Xiaoheng finally adjusted the scope and laid down on the ground. He placed both hands on the butt of the AMR and aimed. For a sniper, aiming was a process that required a lot of patience and calmness. Some snipers could lie in one position all day and not move at all in order to hit their target. Of course, for Hua Xiaoheng, he couldn't lie down all day even if he wanted to, because he had less than 10 minutes to end the battle. Gun Yinji hugged her knees as she sat in the dark straw hut. Her eyes were as black as the finest obsidian. The straw hut was quiet, and outside the hut, the heavy rain was still pouring down. She had to press a hand to her chest, afraid that her classmates would hear the sound of her heartbeat. At a time like this, they needed absolute silence. She didn't want any sound to disturb Hua Xiaoheng, not even the sound of his heartbeat, because outside the straw hut, her hero, her faith, was working hard to eliminate the criminals who harm people. She couldn't be a burden to him. I can't take it anymore. What are they doing? The female classmate that Gun Yinji had carried across the entire Little Mirror Lake was about to break down. She suddenly started crying hysterically. "Shut up!" Before anyone could react, Gun Yinji pounced on the female classmate and grabbed her by the neck. She growled in a low voice, "One more sound, and I'll kill you." The female classmate's cries and screams stopped abruptly. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She looked at Gun Yinji in horror and pushed her away with all her might. Everyone else in the class was also stunned. Was this still their little sister Gun Yinji, who was as gentle and harmless as a little lamb? Mei Xiaowen was stunned. He moved over and slowly pried open Gun Yinji's fingers. He said quietly, "Let go of her neck. She can't breathe." Gun Yinji loosened her grip slightly and warned the hysterical female classmate in a low voice, "Do you know how difficult it is for the soldiers out there? They risk their lives to protect you, and you still have the cheek to cry. One more sound, and I'll make sure you'll never be able to cry for the rest of your life." A sniper using an AMR couldn't afford to be distracted even for a moment. With Hua Xiaoheng's level of skill, he wouldn't even care if someone else was banging on his ear. But to Gun Yinji, that was all she could do for him. Hua Xiaoheng lay on his stomach in the mud of the grass. The cool rain fluttered through his scope. He was already immersed in his own world. All his attention was focused on the scope. The infrared night vision goggles only showed shadows, but the AMR's crosshair was already aimed at Yang Daoi's head, which was leaning against the back wall of Mingyue Court. An AMR bullet that could pierce through an armored vehicle was waiting to be fired 2 kilometers across the surface of the Little Mirror Lake. The second update had arrived for the second update of the Spirit Pet fate bestowed by the leader of the League of Fish Circles. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 84. 2,000 meters ahead, 10 o'clock. Wind speed 8 meters per second. Moderate rain, even rain. Target's head is leaning against a third of the back wall of Mingyue Court, 75 meters tall. End of report. Zhao Yangzi knelt on one knee next to Hua Xiaoheng's sniping point and reported what he had observed as a spotter. Time passed quickly, and soon there was only a little more than a minute left. Yang Dawei began to feel uneasy in Mingyue Court. The police had promised to give him the plane and money, but there was only 1 minute left until the deadline. Why hadn't he heard the plane yet? Were they really stalling for time? If that was the case, then he wouldn't hold back. Everyone in this room had to die. Yang Dawei was furious. He raised his submachine gun and aimed it at the unconscious C University faculty of law students in the room. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened until they were bottomless. He hooked his finger slightly and pulled the trigger of the anti-material sniper rifle with a click. A high-powered heavy sniper bullet silently slid out of the 500mm gun's chamber. The olive-shaped bullet cleaved through the mist above Little Mirror Lake and picked up speed with the sound of the wind. It suddenly flew across Little Mirror Lake, aiming for a third of the back wall of Mingyue Court. Boom! Through Hua Xiaoheng's infrared night vision goggles, he saw the figure leaning against the back wall of Mingyue Court suddenly spit out a cloud of pink blood, and then his entire body dissipated in the goggles. Yin Shixiang, who was standing guard at the front door of Mingyue Court, was the first to hear the spluttering inside the room. He also saw through his night vision goggles that the criminal inside had suddenly been torn to pieces in a cloud of pink blood. He stood up with a whoosh and whispered to Guan Hui, who was beside him, "It's done. That bandit was killed by our people. Get ready to go in and collect the body." He paused for a moment, then instructed him, "Get a few veterans to go in and get a body bag. I'm afraid that person is no longer human." Guan Hui was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He jumped up from the ground and gestured to the people behind him. "Deploy the robots to clear the mines." A few chubby, demoning robots quickly entered the area in front of Mingyue Court and began to detect and clear the mines. Deputy Commissioner Liu came over again and looked at In Xixiang, then at Guan Hui. "What's going on? Is it over? All the criminals are dead? Did anyone slip through the net?" "That's your problem. Our mission is complete," In Xixiang said coldly and tossed the sniper rifle to Guan Hui, ignoring Deputy Commissioner Liu. Guan Hui didn't want to deal with Deputy Commissioner Liu. He ordered his men to keep an eye on the robots as they cleared the mines. He personally led a few veterans along the path the robots had cleared to Mingyue Court to collect the bodies. Zhao Yangzi received the news from his earpiece that the battle at Mingyue Court had ended. He breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Mr. Hua, everything's settled. We're collecting the corpses." Only then did Hua Xiaoheng get up from the ground. He skillfully dismantled the parts of the AMR and put them into the gun case before carrying them to the Humvee. Zhao Yangzi carried his equipment and walked behind him. The two of them quickly got into the car. The officer guarding the straw hut opened the door and said to the students inside, "The martial law is over. You can come out and prepare to go home." Gun Yinji was the first to rush out. She sidestepped the officer and slipped out the door like a fish. The beam of light from the helicopter had disappeared. It must have driven away. The electricity in the villa had not been restored yet. On the dark lakeside path, only the headlights of the Humvee that had just driven away glowed brightly in the dark. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. She didn't have time to think. She ran after the Humvee. She remembered that the two snipers had gotten out of this military vehicle. She didn't dare scream. She only hoped that the people in the car would see her and stop. She recognized the figure. It had to be Uncle Hua, and the person next to him had to be Brother Zhe. Gun Yinji ran faster and faster. Her long legs were as agile as a deer's. Her waist was light and supple, and she bounced with an elastic rhythm. "Mr. Hua, that's Miss Gu. She's chasing the car." The orderly, Fan Jian, was the first to notice Gun Yinji in the rearview mirror. He instinctively eased off the accelerator. The Humvee slowed down slightly. Zhao Yangzi looked up at the rearview mirror. "Oh, it's really Yinji. Why is she chasing our car? Is something wrong? Or did she recognize us? Oh, I'm going to go back and retake my camouflage class. I was still recognized even though I'm all wrapped up today. It must be because I'm too handsome." The corners of Fan Jian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He eased off the accelerator again. Well, Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He propped one elbow against the window and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He stared fixedly at Gun Yinji in the rearview mirror. Hua Xiaoheng only realized that Fan Jian had eased off the accelerator when he realized that the military vehicle was closing in on Gun Yinji. "Mr. Hua, it's raining outside. Should we stop and take shelter?" Zhao Yangzi racked his brain to find an excuse for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng continued to lean against the window with his chin on his hand. He ignored Zhao Liangzi's words. "Little Jinzi, don't you want to go to the bathroom?" "Oh no, I need to use the toilet." Zhao Yangzi saw Gun Yinji stubbornly chasing after them in the rearview mirror. He panicked and had no choice but to continue trying to trick the military vehicle into stopping. Gun Yinji anxiously chased after the Humvee on the dark lakeside path. The headlights were so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. However, she didn't flinch and continued to chase without a care in the world. After running for a while, the car seemed to slow down. Gun Yinji was about to speed up to catch up when Mei Xiaowen caught up to her and draped a jacket over her. "Yinji, it's raining. Why are you running?" The three people in the Humvee all saw this scene. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. Drive faster. We're going back to the base. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his elbow from the window and smiled. Okay, little Zhe, are you relieved now? Zhao Liangzi blushed and turned his head awkwardly to look ahead. What do you mean, Mr. Hua? What's there to be worried about? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He crossed his arms and leaned against the back seat. He closed his eyes to rest. Fan Jian didn't understand and asked Zhao Liangzi quietly, why didn't Mr. Hua stop to see Miss Gu? She's so pitiful. She's out of breath from running. Zhao Liangzi also felt that Hua Xiaoheng had gone too far. He couldn't help but turn around to persuade him. Mr. Hua, you should go see her. You haven't seen Nianji in over 2 months. She always asks about me and Big Xiong when she calls. Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes. He sat in the dark seat and said slowly, if I go out now, I won't be able to hide her identity anymore. Oh, is that possible? Zhao Liangzi and Fan Jian exclaimed in unison. You think this kidnapping incident is that simple? Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes. His hawk-like eyes sparkled in the dark. If I'm not wrong, Nianji is their real target this time. Here's the 3rd update. Reminder for monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 85. This time it's for Nianji. No way. If it's really for her, then why didn't they take her hostage? Zhao Liangzi was dubious, but couldn't jump to conclusions because of the heavy firepower that couldn't be obtained in the country. These kidnappers are just pawns. The mastermind isn't sure of her identity. They're just testing her, Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. As for why they didn't take her hostage, I think they're afraid of being exposed and don't want us to follow the clues and catch them all. That's why they didn't attack her directly like they did last time. Fan Jian and Zhao Liangzi fell silent. If that was the case, they couldn't get out of the car. On the lakeside path of Little Mirror Lake, the headlights grew further and further away, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The lakeside was plunged into complete darkness. The rain continued to fall, thick and heavy. Gu Nianji watched as the military vehicle in front of her suddenly sped up, faster and faster. She couldn't catch up no matter how hard she tried. Her running footsteps gradually slowed down. She bent over to hold her knees, gasping for air. Her nose felt sore and her eyes were dry. Droplets of water dripped down her face. It might have been rainwater, sweat, or tears. Nianji, what's wrong? Why did you chase that car? Mei Xiaowen also stopped and gently supported her by the shoulders to help her stand. Gu Nianji looked at the road in front of her. It was already pitch black. The Humvee's headlights had long since disappeared. It was as if it had never been there, like it was just an illusion. Nothing, I just wanted to see what such a good sniper looks like. Gu Nianji calmed her indescribable emotions. The corners of her mouth twitched as she turned to follow Mei Xiaowen back. Back at the straw hut, she turned to look at the shore of Little Mirror Lake. Under the rainy night, Little Mirror Lake was vast and misty. In the distance, Minghua Court was as small as a toy house in a fairy tale. However, Uncle Hua was still able to kill the enemy with a sniper rifle from 2 kilometers away on the shore of the lake. Even from so far away, Gu Nianji's heart was filled with a sense of pride and honor. She looked up at Mei Xiaowen and said, "Don't you want to see what such a good sniper looks like? I didn't know you had a hero complex." Mei Xiaowen teased, "Do I have to practice shooting?" "Haha, let's practice when we have the chance." Gu Nianji happily waved her fists, her seaweed-like hair hanging down her back. Her delicate palm-sized face almost glowed in the rainy night. Mei Xiaowen looked away. "Let's go back to school." "All right." Mei Xiaowen took her hand, and they returned to the straw shed together. After a head count, they went to Qingfeng Garden with their classmates to get their things and get ready to get on the bus back to school. The girl running behind the car finally disappeared. Hua Xiaoheng looked away from the rearview mirror. He didn't say a word the entire way from Dufeng Mountain Resort to the military base. After returning to the base, he reminded Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang, "We have to report Lu Changyuan's matter to his superior. Also, get the Sea City Customs data and check on the recent year's large container imports." All of you get into position. Don't relax. The reason why heavy firepower weapons that could only be bought in foreign arms black markets suddenly appeared in the hands of the criminals in Sea City couldn't be simple. Yes, Chief. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang saluted in unison. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and turned to Fan Jian. I'm going to the capital. Make the arrangements immediately. I'll be leaving tonight. Fan Jian saluted. Yes, Chief. He quickly went to find the relevant departments to prepare a private plane. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his residence to pack. After Fan Jian and Hua Xiaoheng left, Yin Shixiang asked Zhao Liangzi in confusion, "Why are you suddenly going to the capital?" Zhao Liangzi shook his head and rolled his eyes at Yin Shixiang. Does the chief need to report everything to you? It's not that we need to report, but we're his personal secretaries. We can't be completely ignorant of what the chief is doing, can we? Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes at Zhao Liangzi. Also, you said Ninji chased after your car? Yes. Zhao Liangzi turned on his computer and updated the records while looking up Sea City's container imports for the past year. The foreign heavy firepower weapons used by the criminals could only be smuggled through customs containers if they wanted to enter the empire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get them in. Yin Shixiang sat on the sofa in front of him and turned on his tablet to send a message to Deputy Commissioner Lu Superior. He asked, "So did you get off the car?" No. Hua Xiao didn't allow it. Zhao Liangzi looked away from the computer and looked around. He crooked his finger at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" A friendly reminder. If Ninji asks you about what happened today, you'd better think about how you're going to explain yourself. Remember not to betray us. Of course not. Yin Shixiang promised, but after a while, he couldn't help complaining. Hua Xiao hasn't seen Ninji in more than 2 months. Do you know how hard it is for me to find excuses for him? Ninji's getting better and better. I can barely talk her out of it. Zhao Liangzi made a face. You think talking is a problem for our brother Xiong? I feel bad for you too, huh? Yin Shixiang couldn't look up from Zhao Liangzi's mockery. He slammed the tablet case shut and left Zhao Liangzi's office to return to his own. In the middle of the night on Sunday, the 20 students from class 1 of the C University Faculty of Law who hadn't been kidnapped by the kidnappers were escorted back to campus by the police. For other students from their class, along with the rest of Class 2, had unfortunately been kidnapped. They were still on N4 drip in the hospital and hadn't woken up. They hadn't expected to be met with a frenzy of media from all over Sea City waiting for them upon returning to campus. Many people already knew about the kidnapping and murder at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, but the police had temporarily blocked the news. They only said that the case was still under investigation. The reporters who couldn't get first-hand information turned their attention to the Class 1 students who had just returned to campus. As soon as the students got off the RV, they were followed by various media reporters. Several reporters carried cameras and followed Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen's group. "Excuse me, did you see the kidnappers?" "Excuse me, I heard that the kidnappers had heavy weapons. Is this true? Do you have a video? Why is the internet and electricity down there? Who's covering up the truth? Was it the police or the military?" Gun Yinji didn't want to pay attention to these uninvited reporters, but when she heard this, she couldn't help it anymore. She turned to face the male reporter who had handed her the recording pen. She asked calmly, "Which media are you from?" "I'm from the OXX media. I'm glad you accepted my interview." The male reporter was overjoyed. "Do you have any insider information to reveal?" This was the first update. Today was Monday. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at 4 p.m. Second update at 1 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,000 plus updates. Third update at 6 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,100 plus updates at 8 p.m. It's Monday. Please give me a few recommendation votes. Thank you for the Peach Blossom fan. Mwax. Chapter 86. I'm warning you. As a reporter, your questions are misleading. According to the Imperial Press Law, you violated the first article of the first volume of the Press Law, which states that the news must be fair and just. May I ask if you have any media credentials? Please show me your permit, Otherwise, interviewing me is a serious violation of my citizens' right to privacy and the right to know. I can sue you in court and hold you accountable. Goon Yinji didn't hesitate to take out her phone and record the dumbfounded reporter. In order to prevent you from slandering the police, the military, and our school online, I need to keep this video as an archive. Haha. OXX Media, right? You're screwed. Of all people to mess with, you chose to mess with the top student in the law faculty, playing the law in front of us. Don't you think the word MDZZ is written all over your face? Little Temptress gloated. What do you mean by MDZZ? The C-City TV evening news reporter was watching from the sidelines with his camera and asked curiously. It's F** King retarded. Little Temptress replied flirtatiously and pulled Goon Yinji back to the dorm. Mei Xiaowen followed behind and walked Goon Yinji to the dorm. He ruffled her hair and said tenderly, "You've worked hard these past 2 days. Go take a shower, eat something, and go to bed early." Goon Yinji nodded listlessly and returned to the dorm to shower. That night, C-City's forums and TV channels were all abuzz over the incident. More and more media outlets were rushing to C University to interview the students who had escaped death. C University saw that the situation was dire and wanted to protect the students' personal safety. They suddenly notified the students of the 4th grade law faculty to take a 2-week break. They were to go home and return to school after the incident had died down. Goon Yinji had just finished showering when she heard the news from Green Tea Fong. "Yinji, my family already sent a car to pick me up. What about you? Do you want to stay at my house for a few days?" Green Tea Fong knew that Goon Yinji was an orphan and only had a distant relative as her guardian. She might not have a place to go during a break like this. Goon Yinji was in a hurry to see Hua Xiaoheng and immediately smiled. A 2-week break, all of a sudden. That's great. I can go home and rest for a few days. Thank you, Green Tea Fong. I'll have tea with you when you have time. Are you all right being alone? Lady Chow was also very concerned about her. She kindly said, "How about staying at my house for a few days? I'm bored staying at home alone." Little Temptress also said, "I'm going to the airport tonight to wait for my flight tomorrow morning. Why don't you come with me to the capital for a few days?" Goon Yinji declined them one by one. She expressed that the 2 weeks were easy and that it didn't matter. She was also burning with anxiety and wanted nothing more than to fly back to the Special Operations Forces base in C-City immediately. Finally, she patiently sent her 3 roommates off and quickly called Yin Shixiao. "Brother Xiong, I want to ask you something." Yin Shixiao had just come out of the shower and saw that it was Goon Yinji calling. He quickly picked up. "Yinji? Why are you still up so late?" Goon Yinji sat on the bed with her phone in hand and asked about Brother Li's condition first. "Brother Xiong, how is Brother Li? Is he okay?" Yin Shixiao had been wary of Goon Yinji asking about Hua Xiaoheng. As soon as he heard that it had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng, he immediately relaxed. He wiped his hair with a large towel and smiled. "He's fine, just a minor injury. We've already brought him back to the base." Goon Yinji heaved a long sigh of relief. She relaxed and lay down on the bed. She narrowed her eyes. "Brother Xiong, did you, Brother Zhe, and Uncle Hua go to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa tonight?" Yin Shixiao was speechless. This little girl was too cunning. She had used Little Li to make him confess. Yin Shixiao smiled wryly and tossed the large towel aside. He admitted, "Yes, the police station called for backup. We had no choice but to go. Besides, Little Li was in danger, so we had to go save our brother." "I knew you guys went." Goon Yinji sat up happily and made a V sign with her hands. "That sniper was Uncle Hua, wasn't he?" Yin Shixiao laughed. He didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. He asked her, "You guys went back to school? Were you scared? Do you want Chun Lai to examine you?" No. Goon Yinji was terrified at the thought of Chun Lai examining her. She quickly declined and asked, "Brother Xiong, is it convenient for you to come pick me up?" "It's so late. Where are you going?" Yin Shixiao's hand paused. He quickly went to find some clothes to wear. Goon Yinji said, "The school gave us a 2-week break. I don't have anywhere to go, so I thought I'd go back to the base to see you guys." She bit her lip and whispered, "I haven't seen anyone from the base in a long time. In Xixiang knew that the person Gun Yinji really wanted to see was someone else, but that person had just boarded a private plane to the capital. To avoid disappointment, In Xixiang said tactfully, "You're on break? That's great. I'll come pick you up right now." Too bad Mr. Hua just left for the capital. Otherwise, he'd be very happy. Gun Yinji shot up from the bed. "Oh, Uncle Hua went to the capital? When did that happen?" "An hour ago." In Xixiang looked at his watch. "You should be here by now." Gun Yinji pursed her lips. "Oh, come pick me up then. I'll stay at the base for a few days. I haven't been there in a long time." She had 2 weeks of break anyway, so she had plenty of time. She planned to stay in his little building and wait. "Okay, I'll come pick you up right away." In Xixiang had already put on his clothes and grabbed his car keys. He came out to pick Gun Yinji up as he sent Hua Xiaohing a text. "Yinji is on break, so she'll be staying at the base for a few days." Hua Xiaohing had just walked out of the capital airport. He was expressionless when he saw In Xixiang's text. He casually pressed the button on his phone and got into the military car that had come pick him up. That night, far away in the capital, He Chu, a professor at the university's Faculty of Law, habitually glanced at the Empire's news summary before going to bed. He happened to see the kidnapping incident at Sea City's Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa, as well as a short video of Gun Yinji seriously educating the media reporters about the law with a straight face. The corners of his lips curled as he took out his phone to text Gun Yinji. "Well done." Gun Yinji held onto her phone as she waited for In Xixiang's car to pick her up. She heard her phone ring and looked down to see that it was He Jichu's text. She was a little surprised by the compliment in English. She couldn't help but send a question mark. He Jichu replied, "I saw you educating the media reporters about the law." Gun Yinji was speechless. News spread too quickly in the age of the internet. She texted back, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor He." "Good night, Professor He." This was the second update. Monthly tickets of 1,000 plus updates had arrived. Third update at 6 p.m. Fourth update at 8 p.m. Monthly tickets of 1,100 plus updates. Asking for recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 87. He Jichu narrowed his eyes as he read Gun Yinji's reply. His slender fingers tapped on the phone screen before turning it off to sleep. "Class rep, the school said they're giving us 2 weeks off. Do you want me to take you back?" Strongman bent over to Mei Xiaowen's bed and nudged him. Although Mei Xiaowen wasn't kidnapped during this graduation trip, he had spent the entire night in fear and exhaustion. His body couldn't take it, and he had a high fever as soon as he got back to school. He had forced himself to take Gun Yinji back to her dorm, but he collapsed as soon as he got back. Strongman quickly poured him some hot water and found some medicine for his fever. Mei Xiaowen wouldn't take medicine from outside, so he thanked him and went to sleep after drinking a cup of hot water. However, he was soon woken up by Strongman, who said the school was on break. Mei Xiaowen had a fever and couldn't drive back himself. He could only get up and call his family to come pick him up. After the call, he remembered Gun Yinji and quickly texted her. "Yinji, it's break. Where are you going?" "Wait for me downstairs. I'll find a car to take you." Gun Yinji heard her phone ring again and looked down to see it was a text from Mei Xiaowen. She smiled and texted him back, "Thanks, but it's okay. My family is coming to pick me up, and I'll be in the car right away." Mei Xiaowen was relieved. He had a fever and didn't want Gun Yinji to see him. He didn't want to appear in front of Gun Yinji looking so sick. So he texted her back, "Be safe, text me when you get home." Gun Yinji replied with a **** emoji. Not long after, she received another message on her phone. This time it was In Xixiang. He had already driven to her dorm. Because it was late at night, he didn't honk. Gun Yinji got in the car and cocked her head to look at In Xixiang. Her stare made his skin crawl, but he didn't show it on his face. He started the car like nothing had happened and turned the steering wheel to reverse. He asked her nonchalantly, "Why did the school suddenly give you guys a break?" Gun Yinji looked away and pouted. She leaned back in her seat and said sullenly, "There was too much media and the school couldn't handle it, so they let us go home." Gun Yinji couldn't help revealing a lonely expression when she said the word "go home." She leaned her head against the car window and looked out at the endless drizzle. She thought to herself, Maybe she should look for Chanlai again and try to get him to hypnotize her again. He wanted to see if he could remember what happened before the car accident when he was 12 years old. Both of them were chatterboxes, but now neither of them spoke. In Shixiang was not used to the silence in the car. He coughed and turned the car onto the highway. He turned on the anti-tracking device on the car and searched around to make sure that no one or car was following them. Only then did he enter the highway to the station. Ninji, what do you plan to do after graduation? In Shixiang initiated the conversation. Gun Ninji tilted her head and leaned against the window. Her voice was soft and timid as she said, I want to intern at a law firm for 6 months. She would be going to be university's faculty of law next spring for her master's degree. She would graduate in July this year. If she didn't find a job, she would have nothing to do for half a year. Of course, because she only had 6 months, she couldn't find a formal job. She could only find temporary or intern work. She didn't know if she would be able to find one. He Ji-Chu had said he wanted her to help him with some cases after graduation, but he hadn't contacted her since. She could only assume he was being polite. In Shixiao nodded. Let me know when you find one. I'll go check it out first. Gun Yinji laughed. Brother Xiong, I'll be 18 in October. I'm an adult. You don't have to investigate every detail like before, do you? As long as Xiao still wants me to take care of you, I'll investigate even if you're 80. In Shixiao laughed. Gun Yinji was amused as well. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand and giggled. I'm 80. How old is Brother Xiong? In Shixiang purposely put on a fierce expression and pretended to be angry. Hey, don't hit me in the face. I don't need you to remind me of my age. Oh, Brother Xiong, you're a man, but you don't like people asking your age? I thought it was a woman's privilege. Gun Yinji's eyes sparkled as she laughed. In Shixiang smiled at her. Ninji, you've grown up. She was so beautiful too. She looked completely different from when she was 12 years old. Who would have thought that the chubby little girl with a face like a silver plate would look like a completely different person after growing up? Now she looked like a beautiful girl from a manga. When she stared at you with her large eyes, she looked like a small animal. She was gentle, harmless, and cute. Gun Yinji pulled down the small mirror on the passenger seat to look at her face. She shook her head. I'm not 18 yet. She glanced at In Shixiang and asked tentatively, Brother Xiong, I want to ask you something personal. You don't have to answer if you mind. Yeah, it's nothing. Go ahead and ask. I'm listening. Gun Yinji smiled. Brother Xiong, do you have a girlfriend? In Shixiang's heart trembled. He secretly cursed her for bringing up his sore spot. How annoying. He wanted to have a girlfriend, but he just didn't have one. In Shixiang laughed dryly. Ninji, why are you asking this? I see you guys hanging out with Uncle Hua every day. If you have a girlfriend, won't they complain that you don't spend time with them? Gun Yinji asked curiously. In Shixiang almost howled. He slammed the steering wheel. Ninji, you're so observant. I'm telling you, it's because I'm too busy with work. I'm always around Huashao. That's why I don't have the chance or time to have a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Gun Yinji finally managed to change the subject to Hua Xiaoheng. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and continued to smile. Her luscious red lips curved into a smile as she asked, That's true. You guys are always with Uncle Hua, so you really don't have time. What about Uncle Hua? Does he have a girlfriend? You guys are with him every day. You should know everything, right? In Shixiang sighed and shook his head. Hua Xiao, he's a workaholic. We've been waiting for him to find a girlfriend every day. That way little Zay and I wouldn't have to be so busy. It makes me cry just thinking about it. So Uncle Hua doesn't have a girlfriend? He's not that young anymore, is he? Gun Yinji leaned her elbow against the window and cupped her pink cheek with her fair hand. The smile on her face grew wider. Tell that to Hua Xiao. Don't say it in front of me. It's useless. In Shixiang suddenly chuckled. He even glanced at Gun Yinji with shifty eyes. Gun Yinji tried her best to calm herself. She didn't blush in front of In Shixiang. She nodded with feigned generosity. Yes, if I get the chance to see Uncle Hua, I'll be sure to tell him to find a girlfriend. I'll also give you personal secretary's time to find girlfriends. It was the third watch. There was a fourth watch at 8 p.m. The monthly pass was 1,100 plus. Oh, intersection after intersection. Oh. Chapter 88. Okay. Ninji, I'll be waiting for you to urge Hua Xiao to find a girlfriend. Did you know he's actually already? In Xiao's tongue slipped, and he almost blurted out that Hua Xiao had already lost his virginity. But when he remembered that Gu Ninji was still a minor, he swallowed the words. He had an indescribable feeling that if he told Gu Ninji about Hua Xiao losing his virginity, Hua Xiao would beat him to death. Gu Ninji acutely caught onto In Shixiang's words and leaned towards him. Her large, dark eyes were focused on him, full of curiosity and a flash of slyness. She asked in her sweetest and most charming voice, "Brother Xiong, what happened to Uncle Hua?" "You didn't finish." In Shixiang suddenly slammed on the accelerator and sped forward. Although Gu Ninji was wearing her seatbelt, she was thrown to the other side near the car door. "Ninji, are you okay? There was a car passing by without turning on its lights just now. It gave me a fright," In Shixiang hurriedly explained. He planned to get away with it quietly and hoped that Gu Ninji would forget his slip of the tongue in her shock. Gu Ninji wasn't so easily dismissed. She tilted her head to look at him and pointed at the display beside his steering wheel. "Brother Xiong, your car has an automatic detection system. How could you not know that a car was changing lanes?" In Shixiang was speechless. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and freed a hand to rub Gu Ninji's head, smiling. "Little girl, don't be so sharp. You have to be soft, silly, and stupid. Only then men will like you." Gu Ninji rolled her eyes internally and said exasperatedly, "Then Brother Xiong wants to find a soft, silly, and stupid girl as a girlfriend?" In Shixiang silently fantasized about his future girlfriend. A silly, and stupid girl as a girlfriend? Just thinking about it made him drunk. In Shixiang smiled, but didn't say anything. He pretended to be focused on driving. Gu Ninji snorted, "Brother Xiong, why aren't you saying anything?" In Shixiang looked left and right as he exited the highway and pointed to the surroundings. "Remember this place? You haven't been back in 2 years." Ever since she started university 2 years ago, she had left the base and moved to the penthouse in Fengya Precinct with Hua Xiaoing. She thought of the apartment and said, "Oh, right. Brother Xiong, I want to transfer the apartment back to Uncle Hua's name. Can you help me with the paperwork?" In Shixiang was astonished. "You don't want a house? Are you stupid? But that's Uncle Hua's, not mine. I've graduated, so I can find a job and earn enough money to buy a house." Gu Ninji mustered up her courage and snuck a glance at In Shixiang before quickly looking away. All right. Just take it." In Shixiang stopped his car at the entrance of the encampment and took out his identification. The guard at the gate checked and let them in. In Shixiang continued to persuade Gu Ninji as he drove towards Hua Xiaoheng's building. Also, with Hua Xiao's wealth, an apartment is a piece of cake. Don't be embarrassed. No matter how rich Uncle Hua is, he owns it. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Ninji looked down at the backpack on her knees and used her hand to pick at a little bunny ear hanging from her backpack. In Shixiang saw that Gu Ninji wouldn't listen no matter what he said. He had no choice but to say, "But if you want to transfer it to Hua Xiao's name, you have to get his signature. As long as you can convince Hua Xiao." "Why?" Gu Ninji's eyes widened. "But when Hua Xiao transferred the apartment to me, he didn't ask me to sign it." Her expression suddenly became fervent. "Is it because the paperwork wasn't completed? So that means the apartment isn't mine yet? Haha, then I don't have to drive around." In Shixiang looked at her sympathetically. "Ninji, you're different from Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao can transfer the apartment to your name without your signature, but you can't transfer the apartment back to him without his signature. Do you understand?" Gu Ninji understood the crux of the matter and was dealt a heavy blow. In Shixiang stopped the car in front of Hua Xiaoheng's building and came out to open the door for Gu Ninji. "We're here. Go in yourself." Hua Xiaoheng's building at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City had a very high level of security. Gu Ninji used to be within his security perimeter. Now that she hadn't been back for 2 years, He didn't know if she could still get in. She walked to the metal door of the building with some apprehension and pressed her palm on the round display screen in the middle of the door. The screen opened with a whoosh and began to read the data. After a while, a gentle and standard female voice sounded from the speaker on the screen. "Welcome home." The door slowly opened to both sides. It was all automatic. Gun Yinji smiled and carried her backpack and suitcase inside. The door closed behind her, and In Shixiang started the car and drove away. Gun Yinji returned to the building she had lived in from the age of 12 to 16. She actually felt like she was returning home. After all, her memories started from the age of 12, and it started from the burning car. Walking into her bedroom on the 3rd floor, Gun Yinji put down her suitcase and backpack and sat on her small bed in a daze. The room was full of memories. When she was 12, Hua Xiaoheng, who was 22, became her guardian and brought her to the Special Operations Forces base. In the beginning, she was too frightened and often woke up screaming in the dark at night. She couldn't sleep anymore. Hua Xiaoheng put her small bed in his bedroom and always had a warm yellow light on in front of the bed. Gun Yinji later heard from Chun Lai that Hua Xiaoheng used to be a light sleeper and couldn't sleep at all, but he changed for her. As soon as she woke up screaming from nightmares at night, he would immediately come to her bed to accompany her. Every time she opened her eyes, she would see Hua Xiaoheng's silent face and dark, concerned eyes. Only then would she feel safe and be able to sleep peacefully again. It wasn't until a year later, when her night terrors improved, that she moved her small bed back to her bedroom, which was the room opposite his. He knew she was timid and afraid of the dark, so as long as she slept, his door would always be open and there would always be a light on. From her bedroom, she could see the warm yellow light in the opposite room. She felt very warm and safe and could also sleep well. Gun Yinji walked to her closet and half-squatted to open the bottom drawer. Although she hadn't lived here for 2 years, it was still full of sanitary pads that she was used to. When she was 14, Gun Yinji had her first period. Hua Xiaoheng asked In Shixiang to buy various brands of sanitary pads and put them in her room to see which brand consumed the fastest. In the future, she would only buy that brand. Later, the imported brands were no longer available in the Huaxia Empire, so Hua Xiaoheng asked someone to buy them overseas and send them over for a year each time. The bottom drawer of the closet was still the brand she was used to. Gun Yinji reached out and slid her hand over the sanitary pads one by one. Sighing, she closed the drawer. Returning to her familiar place, she quickly felt sleepy. She yawned and went back to her small bed to sleep. She slept peacefully until noon the next day. Gun Yinji didn't want to get up, so she reached for the bedside table and grabbed her phone. She instinctively called Hua Xiaoheng. The 4th monthly vote has arrived at 1,100 plus updates, requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 89. It was already noon by the time Gun Yinji made the call. Hua Xiaoheng had just returned from the Senate and was having lunch in his room while reading the National Defense briefing in preparation for the high-level meeting at the Ministry of Defense in the afternoon. When he heard his phone ring, he glanced at it and saw that it was the internal line from Gun Yinji's bedroom at the Special Operations Forces base. Yesterday, In Shixiang had said that Gun Yinji was on a sudden break and would be staying at the base for a few days. She had probably already checked in. Otherwise, no one would be calling this number. Hua Xiaoheng's slender fingers unlocked the phone as he recalled what had happened at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa last night. Before he could speak, Gun Yinji's surprised voice came through. "Uncle Hua." "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng put down the briefing in his hand. "Yinji, you're here at the base?" "Yeah. Brother Xiong picked me up last night." Gun Yinji's voice was usually crisp and delicate, but now that she had just woken up, her voice was soft and raspy. It sounded like a cat's tiny paw scratching his ear. Normal people would not be able to resist that seductive charm. Hua Xiaoheng was unfazed. He grunted in his deep voice. "You're not up yet?" "Yeah, I just woke up." Gun Yinji gradually regained consciousness and blinked. She was still holding the phone in her hand when she opened her eyes to see that she wasn't in her university dormitory or her apartment, in Fengyao Precinct. Instead, she was in her bedroom in Hua Xiaoheng's base building. Her hand gesture for the phone call was pure and innocent. Awkward. However, Gun Yinji despised herself and couldn't bear to hang up. Uncle Hua had finally picked up her call. Would it be stupid to hang up now? Gun Yinji rolled over in bed, a sweet smile on her face. She practically cupped the phone to her ear with both hands, not allowing a single sound to escape. Hua Xiaoheng heard the fatigue and huskiness in her voice. He raised his hand to look at his watch. Sleep a little longer then. I'm hanging up. Hey, don't hang up. Gun Yinji panicked and rolled over with the phone in her hand, rolling off the narrow bed with a thud. Hua Xiaoheng. Yinji? Uncle Hua, I'm fine. I just fell out of bed. Gun Yinji was extremely nervous. Don't hang up. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, then grunted again. His voice was even deeper now. Don't worry, I'm not hanging up. Gun Yinji let out a long sigh. Holding the phone, she slowly sat on a small woolen blanket on the floor in front of the bed. Leaning back against her bed, she stretched out her long legs. Hua Xiaoheng's words kept echoing in her ears. It was just a simple sentence, but it was heart-wrenching in her ears. Holding the phone, Gun Yinji felt dizzy, and her nose started to sting again. She wanted to cry and act coquettishly, but Hua Xiaoheng had never been a man who would compromise just because she was coquettish, having been by his side for 6 years. Gun Yinji was very familiar with this. She gently rubbed her nose. Hua Xiaoheng waited for a long time, but didn't hear her speak. He wondered if she had fallen asleep again, so he lowered his voice and called again. Yinji? Yes. Gun Yinji immediately shouted out loud, just like one of Hua Xiaoheng's soldiers. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up into a fleeting smile. His voice was still steady and deep, no different from before. Are you still sleepy? Go back to sleep if you are. No, I'm not sleepy. Gun Yinji hurriedly denied it, but her mind felt groggy and muddled. She had clearly thought of many things to say to Hua Xiaoheng, but now she couldn't think of a single word. She pinched her thigh hard with her hand, and the sharp pain finally cleared her head. Gun Yinji slowly adjusted her breathing and twisted the long phone cord between her fingers. Uncle Hua, I saw you go to Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Did you see me yesterday? Why didn't you stop the car? Gun Yinji waited for a while, but when Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer, she thought it was a tacit admission. She gathered her courage and asked again, Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Hua Xiaoheng still had no intention of answering her, and his tone became even more indifferent. Gun Yinji's heart clenched, and she had no choice but to change the subject. Yes. Uncle Hua, I wanted to tell you that Brotherly got hurt because of me, and I want to go see him. Okay, have Chenlai arrange it for you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop her. This time, Hua Xiaoheng agreed readily, and Gun Yinji was encouraged. She immediately added, Also, Uncle Hua, I want to return the apartment in Fengyao Precinct to you. Gun Yinji hadn't called Hua Xiaoheng since he had moved his things out of the apartment in Fengyao Precinct. Now, she finally had the chance to say these words with her own mouth. Hua Xiaoheng said, You think the apartment is too small? Fine, I'll get you a bigger one. No. That's not it. Of course I don't think it's too small. Gun Yinji was exasperated. She was about to go crazy. If you don't think it's too small, then why don't you want it? Hua Xiaoheng felt the urge to smoke again and reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table. He took a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. Because this is Uncle Hua's apartment, not mine. I can't take it, Gun Yinji said sternly. Hua Xiaoheng was only a guardian appointed by the military, and Gun Yinji knew that. She didn't want to take advantage of him. Oh, that's true. You'll be 18 in October, and you won't need a guardian anymore. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and flicked the cigarette on the table. Looks like you can't wait to draw a line between us. That's fine, it's up to you. What? Gun Yinji was so shocked by Hua Xiaoheng's words that she almost had a heart attack. This was completely different from what she had expected. All the reasons she had thought of in the past suddenly sprouted tiny wings and flew out of her mind. Gun Yinji couldn't help crying. Oh, I didn't. Uncle Hua, I didn't want to draw a line between us. I really didn't. Sob, 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 sob. Hua. Xiaoheng listened to Gun Yinji sob into the phone, but didn't say anything. He quietly waited for her to finish crying, then stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. He asked dryly, "Do you still want the apartment?" "Yes, yes, yes, I want it." Gun Yinji choked on her sobs as she nodded frantically. "Okay, good girl." Hua. Xiaoheng picked up the National Defense Bulletin. "Go wash your face and wipe your tears." Gun Yinji shook her head. "No, I'm not hanging up." She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "Go wash up. I'll wait for you." Hua Xiaoheng turned on the hands-free mode on his phone and opened the National Defense Bulletin. He leaned back on the sofa and started reading from the first page. This was the first update. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., the second update was Yun Huiwuqing's gift of spiritual pet affinity. At 6 p.m., the third update. Thank you, Xianyuan Yushin, for the Heshabi. Thank you, Baby Doe, for the peach blossom fan. Thank you, Fengwu Yushi, for the perfume pouch. Moi. Chapter 90. You'll really wait for me? Gun Yinji stifled her sobs as she hung her head. Yes. Okay, I'll be quick. Give me a minute. Gun Yinji put down the phone and sprinted to the bathroom like a little firecracker. She turned on the hot water and hastily washed her face, then grabbed a towel to wipe her face as she ran back. Uncle Hua, are you still there? Gun Yinji quickly picked up the phone. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng flipped another page of the National Defense Briefing. Speak. Gun Yinji was disconcerted by Hua Xiaoheng's call and became a little timid. She didn't dare ask him any more personal questions and thought about it for a long time before asking, Uncle Hua, when are you coming back? Gun Yinji hadn't seen him in a long time and realized that she really missed him. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the National Defense Briefing and replied casually, I'll be back when I'm done with work. Gun Yinji opened her mouth but didn't ask any more questions. She had already said it was work, and Uncle Hua's work wasn't something he could just casually share with anyone. It was all classified. Gun Yinji was a little crestfallen. She rolled over and lay on the fluffy white woolen blanket. She looked up at the cream-colored ceiling and asked carefully, then, can you come back in 2 weeks? Her vacation was only 2 weeks. It would be great if Uncle Hua could come back in 2 weeks. Hua Xiaoheng leisurely leaned against the sofa. His tall and burly body completely squeezed the spacious single-seater sofa. Depends. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused and calmly flipped to another page of the National Defense Briefing. Gun Yinji couldn't help but let out a long, oh, her disappointment evident in her voice. What is it? Do you want it to come back? Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look up as he flipped through the National Defense Briefing page by page. He quickly skimmed through the recent major international exchange activities within the Empire's borders. Yeah, I haven't seen you a long time. Gun Yinji muttered as she grabbed her little panda pillow from the bed and hugged it to her chest. Why do you want me to come back? You want to train early again? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. Gun Yinji was speechless. What? Train early in the morning. Okay, since we're back at the base, do the 10 kilometers cross-country run in the morning, 50 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 target practice, and 50 weights. Remember to complete them every day. Hua Xiaoheng mercilessly assigned her morning training tasks. Gun Yinji immediately sat up straight and said sternly, Uncle Hua, the air's been pretty bad lately. The pollution's been pretty bad, so I won't be going cross-country. If I get sick from running, I'll have to trouble Brother Chun. That's fine too. There's a treadmill on the 3rd floor in my gym. Remember to go to the gym to run every day. The treadmill will record the number of steps you run. I'll check when I get back. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't so easily fooled. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. I'm hungry. I'm going to have lunch. Talk to you later, Uncle Hua. She hung up. Hua Xiaoheng heard the sound of the phone being hung up and smiled slightly. He turned off his phone and prepared to head out for the meeting. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang strangely again. It was the sound of an encrypted message coming in. He was slightly startled. In the supercomputer room of the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City, Zhao Yangzi looked at the data he had found and gasped. He picked up the phone and called Hua Xiaoling. But the line on the other end was busy. Zhao Yangzi couldn't help but tap into the internal communication line to take a look. He discovered that the number on the other end was Hua Xiaoling's cell phone number. He had been talking to his own internal line the entire time. The only person living in Hua Xiaoling's quarters right now was Gu Ninji, who had come last night. Since he was on the phone with Miss Gu, Zhao Yangzi didn't dare interrupt. However, the information he had uncovered was too serious, and he had to report it immediately. Zhao Yangzi thought about it and chose to send an encrypted message. A year's worth of customs container data seized in Sea City. There's a major discovery. There's more smuggled arms than expected. The Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa kidnappers only got the tip of the iceberg. The smuggling routes have been traced upwards. It's related to the Secret Service. We don't know if there's a mole or a setup. Hua Xiaoheng unlocked his phone and saw that it was an encrypted message from Zhao Yangzi. His expression didn't change as he read each line. He dialed Zhao Yangzi's number. "Little Zay, what's going on?" "Hua Xiao." Zhao Yangzi hurriedly turned on his headset and answered the call. He kept downloading and storing data on his computer. "I've found the information you wanted. The kidnappers at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa managed to get their hands on those foreign firearms. It was no coincidence. I found that a team of people from Sea City Customs were involved in this large-scale arms smuggling. I followed up and found that it's related to both the Secret Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's not surprising that it's related to the Secret Service, but what does it have to do with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at the National Defense Briefing in his hand. His eyes stopped on a major international conference on the third page. This major international conference was the International Women's Commendation Conference that was about to be held in Sea City. It was sponsored by the United Nations Women's and Children's Rights Organization and honored women who had made significant achievements in various fields. It was equivalent to the Nobel Prize for Women. Famous female politicians, entrepreneurs, scientists, artists, philanthropists, and celebrities from all over the world would be invited to Sea City for the conference and awards. It was one of the major international exchanges of the year for the entire empire. As expected, Zhao Yangzi said, the International Women's Commendation Conference that will be held in Sea City soon is organized by the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the auspices of the United Nations. The arms smuggling that we discovered this time is closely related to this international conference. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers tapped on the briefing. As expected, his intuition had always been accurate. The Secret Service was responsible for the security of these large-scale international events, while the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was responsible for the organization. Tell me, who from the Secret Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are involved? I want specific names and evidence. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the record button. Zhao Yangzi read out the names one by one. The highest-ranking officials involved were the Deputy Director of the Secret Service and the Deputy Representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the United Nations. Hua Xiaoheng was no stranger to these names. He even knew a few of them personally. However, when it came to national interests, he would show no mercy, even if it was his own parents. Roger that. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the button to stop the recording and ordered Zhao Yangzi immediately destroy the weapons warehouse in Sea City and seize all the smuggled weapons. Capture all the people involved, regardless of which side they are from, and have the Special Operations Forces arrest them all. Zhao Yangzi was a little troubled. The people who hid the arms are gangsters. It's easy to arrest them, but some of the people who facilitated it are people from within the government. If it's to set up a trap and arrest them, wouldn't it be, don't worry about it. After they're arrested, the expert who set up the trap will naturally come to me, Hua Xiaoheng said coldly. Hua Xiaoheng said coldly, to set up such a heartless trap, I want to see how many brains they have. It was the second watch. Today was the third watch. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The first spiritual pet fate bestowed by the Yunhua Yueqing Alliance Master has arrived. It was the third watch at 6 in the evening. Chapter 91. Gu Yinji immediately felt refreshed after she hung up on Hua Xiaoing. She stood up to stretch and paced around the bedroom a few times to stretch her muscles before entering Hua Xiaoing's gym. There was a complete set of fitness equipment. Gu Yinji and treadmill had a feud for generations. She didn't expect to return to the base 2 years later and still be unable to escape this nightmare. She looked at the innocent treadmill with a dark gaze and flashed a small Swiss Army knife in her hand as she walked towards it step by step. 5 minutes later, Gu Yinji walked out of Hua Xiaohing's gym with a victorious smile. She had secretly damaged the data cable of the treadmill inside the room. She had secretly poked it and damaged it. Gu Yinji happily walked into the bathroom to shower. Under the water droplets from the shower, she touched her arms with lingering fear. She had trained to the point where the muscles on her arms were showing. It wasn't beautiful at all. She didn't want the devil's training. Gu Yinji happily enjoyed her unexpected 2-week vacation at the base. She first went to the hospital with Chan Lai to visit Brother Li. Xiaoli was a bit surprised to see that she actually came to see him, but he was also very touched. He had protected so many people, but Gu Yinji was the only one who came to see him after he was in danger. Of course, although protecting those people was within the scope of his duty, people always had feelings. He didn't want to be treated like a disposable machine. Gu Yinji's arrival made Xiao Li very happy. Gu Yinji spent the whole day in his room, helping him get food, picking out good films, watching the nurse change his dressing, and even helping him mail a few letters. Gu Yinji was very confused about this. Brother Li, why don't you send an email or text message to your family? Xiao Li leaned against the bed and watched a movie on his iPad as he said to her, "We can't have any social media accounts or use any social media apps. We can't even use email." Gu Yinji stared at him with wide eyes, as if she didn't believe him. Some of us have social media accounts and apps, but they're all necessary for our work and are completely monitored. Xiao Li smiled bitterly. "Don't tell Xiao I told you. He can skin me alive." Gu Yinji was very happy to hear people talk about Hua Xiaoing. She sat next to Xiao Li's bed and asked with great interest, "Are you willing to take this job?" To Gu Yinji, who was an internet child, it was unimaginable to live without the internet, social media accounts, and social media apps. Xiao Li's ordinary face suddenly lit up. He nodded heavily. "I love my job. Even if it means I have to hide behind the scenes for the rest of my life, and no one knows what I've done, I won't regret it." Gu Yinji looked at little Li in fascination, but the image of Hua Xiaoheng in his special forces uniform appeared in her mind. Feng Yiqin sat on the sofa at home with a bottle of wine in her hand. Her eyes were hazy with alcohol as she watched the television interview about the kidnapping at Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa. From time to time, she would take a sip of wine. Ha! This Xianren sure is lucky. Even that didn't bring her down. Feng Yiqin slammed the bottle on the floor and laughed hysterically. The wine in the bottle splashed everywhere, making a mess in her living room, but she was in no mood to care. Brother Biao opened the door and walked in. He smiled at her. "Why are you drinking alone?" "I'm happy." Feng Yiqin stood up drunkenly and threw herself into Brother Biao's arms. "I'm happy, I'm happy too." Brother Biao was genuinely happy. "You're so smart. You sent those big circle boys to their deaths with just one little trick." Feng Yiqin giggled and hiccuped. What do they have to do with me?" "Brother Biao, you're too kind. This isn't my doing, it's their own bad luck." You think I don't know? If you hadn't secretly called those families and asked them to urge the police to arrest them, those big circle boys wouldn't have been caught so easily. That's why you're so capable." Brother Biao patted her on the back meaningfully. Feng Yiqin shuddered involuntarily. She hadn't expected Brother Biao to be watching her every move. He even knew that she had secretly reported to the Mei family, the Wang family, and the Chao family. Feng Yiqin didn't dare continue. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said gently, "I did it for Brother Biao. Brother Biao doesn't like them. so I wanted to help him. As long as you're loyal to me, I'll never let you down. Brother Biao was overjoyed. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Foamy Chin groaned inwardly. Who the hell wanted to spend the rest of their lives with you? But she couldn't resist. The two of them kissed as they took off their clothes and stumbled towards the bedroom. Brother Biao's phone rang. He was a little impatient and didn't want to answer it. He took it out and saw that it was his confidant calling. He picked it up. You better have something urgent. Brother Biao, the cops found our warehouse. They took everything in there. What? Stand guard, I'll be right there. Brother Biao's blood pressure shot up. He pushed Feng Yichin away and ran outside. Brother Biao, don't come. The cops are already here to arrest you. Unfortunately, Brother Biao didn't hear the last sentence. He had just walked downstairs to the garage when a few armed SWAT officers walked up to him. They flashed an arrest warrant. Zhang Biao, you are suspected of smuggling and concealing firearms. You are now under arrest. Brother Biao knew he was done for this time. He roared, You want to arrest me? I'll kill you. He pulled his gun from his waistband, but was shot dead by the SWAT officers before he could remove the safety. Go get his mistress, Feng Yichin. A masked SWAT officer craned his neck upstairs. 4 or 5 people quickly took control of the building's elevator and staircase exits. 2 of them went upstairs to arrest Feng Yichin. Feng Yichin saw the armed police outside through the peephole. She was so scared her teeth chattered. Her hands trembled for a long time, but she couldn't open the door. The SWAT officers outside couldn't wait any longer. They shouted, Open the door! As they spoke, they kicked the sturdy mahogany door open. Feng Yichin was knocked to the ground. The SWAT officers held a gun to her head as they walked in step by step. A policewoman handcuffed her and took her away. The remaining officers searched the place and found something unexpected. They quickly sent it to the Special Operations Forces base. This operation was led by Zhao Liangzi and carried out by the Special Operations Forces SWAT team. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, Operation Flash has been completed. All firearms have been confiscated. The main culprit, Brother Biao, has been shot and killed. His mistress, Feng Yichin, has been arrested and imprisoned. The customs officers involved have been arrested. The Special Operations Forces had always been swift and decisive when it came to their work. Within 2 days, while Hua Xiaoheng was still in the capital for a meeting, all the people involved in the case in Sea City had been arrested, including some government customs officers. On this day, he had just walked into the conference room of the Ministry of National Defense when he saw the Deputy Director of the Secret Service and the Deputy Representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the United Nations call out to him sternly. Major General Hua, please explain your Operation Flash in Sea City. It was the 3rd watch. Today was the 3rd watch, asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 92. Explain? Please explain why you want me to explain to you. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly as he strode towards the conference room. This was a high-level meeting of the Ministry of Defense, and the confidentiality requirements were very high. The deputy representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the United Nations was not qualified to enter. The deputy director of the Secret Service, however, was qualified. When the 2 men followed Hua Xiaoheng into the conference room, the deputy director of the Secret Service entered, but the deputy representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was stopped by the guards outside. Deputy Director Su. The deputy representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called out. Deputy Director Su turned around and said to the guard with a cold expression, This is the deputy representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the United Nations. Let him in. I'm sorry, his security clearance isn't high enough. The electronic scanner at the door refused to let him in. The guard at the entrance of the high-level meeting room was not flexible at all and actually allowed Deputy Representative Kong of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enter. You don't even listen to me? Deputy Director Su's expression was fierce. What's your name? Which department are you from? Deputy Director Su, it seems that not only did I offend you, but my soldiers also offended you. Hua Xiaoheng turned around from his seat at the head of the conference room with one hand behind his back. His gaze was unfathomable as he patted the chair with the other hand. Although Deputy Director Su felt that he had done nothing wrong and that everything he had done was for the benefit of the Empire, he was still sweating profusely at Hua Xiaoheng's cold glance. The Deputy Director of the Defense Department walked in and saw the tense situation at the door. He smiled and shook his head. He came over to smooth things over and said to Deputy Director Su, "Old Su, how did you offend our Major General Hua? TSK, you're really something. Xiaoheng has never been so angry since he was promoted to Major General. It seems that I won't be able to help you this time. How about this? The security level of the conference room next door isn't that high, so Deputy Representative Kong can also enter. Let's talk inside." Deputy Director Su suppressed his anger and nodded, but requested that Hua Xiaoheng's immediate superior, General Ji of the Imperial Army, as well as Deputy Director Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Speaker Long of the Senate, go to the small conference room next door to negotiate. The six of them closed the door of the small conference room and began to question Hua Xiaoheng about the recent lightning operation of the Special Operations Forces in Sea City. "Speaker Long, General Ji, I would like to ask Major General Hua 2 questions. First of all, the 6th Military Region's jurisdiction was clearly outside of the Empire's borders. Since when did the 6th Military Region have the right to intervene in Sea City's affairs? They really wanted to know why the operations forces were going to Sea City to arrest people. They even captured our own people. Is Sea City not part of our Empire's territory? Secondly, the arms smuggling in Sea City this time was a goldfish raised by our ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs delegation to the United Nations. Our goal was to lure the snake out of its hole and wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. However, Major General Hua's intervention has completely ruined our 6 months of hard work. The losses are incalculable. I demand a reasonable explanation from Major General Hua. If you can't satisfy us, please punish Major General Hua for overstepping his authority and give the Secret Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs an explanation." Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service was furious. He had put in so much effort to raise these goldfish, but Hua Xiaoheng had interfered and ruined all his previous efforts. Speaker Long and General Ji looked at each other, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. General Ji was the Minister of the Central Military, the highest military organization in the Empire. He was also Hua Xiaoheng's direct superior. Someone had come to him to accuse Hua Xiaoheng of overstepping his authority. Although he didn't think much of it, he couldn't just ignore it. "Xiaoheng, please explain." General Ji clasped his hands on the conference table in front of him and looked at everyone in the small conference room. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He could ignore other people's orders, but he couldn't ignore General Ji's. "Yes, General Ji." Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and fixed his gaze on Deputy Minister Su. "Deputy Minister Su, may I ask what's going on with the goldfish that you set up this trap?" Deputy Minister Su didn't want to talk at first, but with the Speaker of the Senate and the Supreme Commander of the Army looking at him, he had no choice but to speak. He could only suppress the anger in his chest and signal Deputy Minister Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to explain. People from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were always more eloquent. Deputy Minister Wu raised his head and looked at them with the whites of his eyes and nostrils. He said haughtily, "It's like this. Sea City will be hosting the International Women's Commendation Conference soon. Among the invited female leaders and representatives from around the world is a woman from Barbados who is a descendant of the Huaxia Empire. Her name is Gu Yanran. She has an unfathomable amount of wealth. Her net worth alone accounts for half of Barbados's GDP. Please simplify it. We don't have time to listen to your big talk." Hua Xiaoheng looked down at his watch impatiently. Deputy Minister Wu's pale face flushed red. He clenched his fists and glared at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. However, his frail body wasn't even half as tall as Hua Xiaoheng, so he was completely overwhelmed by his aura. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and quickly say, "It was this Chinese philanthropist who used the opportunity of coming to the Empire for an international conference to work with us to eliminate the mercenaries who wanted to assassinate her. We helped her eliminate the mercenaries who wouldn't let go of her. In return, she transferred half of her net worth for Barbados to the Huaxia Empire to help the empire develop its economy and charity. Hua Xiaoheng looked up. His dark eyes were shockingly bright. He leaned forward and said slowly, "You're telling me that you smuggled firearms just to help a foreign woman eliminate mercenaries who wanted to assassinate her? What kind of logic is that? Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I don't understand the logic behind it." "What's there to not understand?" Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service was getting impatient. "We kept an eye on that group of mercenaries. They were the ones who smuggled this batch of firearms into the country. We only provided them with convenience and made them think everything was going smoothly. When they enter the country and pick up these weapons, we'll be able to bring them to justice." Slap! Hua Xiaoheng slammed the table and stood up. "Ridiculous." Speaker Long and General Ji's expressions also darkened. The two old men glared at Deputy Minister Su and Deputy Minister Wu with uncontrollable anger in their eyes. Deputy Minister Su was stunned. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Major General Hua, why are you so angry? Didn't I say that these mercenaries are under our control? This batch of firearms was only a temporary measure to gain their trust." "A temporary measure?" Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked towards Deputy Minister Su. "Do you know that part of the firearms that you have under your control has already fallen into the hands of the criminals in Sea City? Our soldiers, police officers, and innocent citizens have already lost their lives. Now you're telling me that everything is under your control? Well, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Some small losses are inevitable." Deputy Minister Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs waved his hand dismissively. "As long as those mercenaries enter the country and get their hands on these firearms, shut up." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and grabbed Deputy Minister Wu by the throat with one hand. His expression was so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. "I can't believe you came up with such a heartless idea. How much do you hate our country? Why would you bring these murderous mercenaries into the country? Don't you know how powerful they are? Once they get their hands on these firearms, they can start a civil war in our country." This was the first night watch. My dear friends, your monthly votes are amazing. It looks like I'll have to update 4 times in a row for 2 days in a row. The second night watch at 1 o'clock p.m. The third night watch at 6 o'clock p.m. The monthly vote at 8 o'clock p.m. Chapter 93. Major General Hua, you're being too alarmist. Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service was displeased. "I've already said that we're keeping a close eye on them. The moment they cross the border and pick up these weapons will be the moment they die. Although some innocent bystanders may lose their lives in the process, it's all worth it for the sake of the Empire's national interest." National interest? I didn't expect Deputy Minister Su to know about national interest. Hua Xiaoheng sneered as he let go of Deputy Minister Wu's slender neck. He wiped his hands with a tissue in disdain and didn't even look at the coughing Deputy Minister Wu. "Then may I ask, Deputy Minister Su, what is the national interest in your heart?" Deputy Minister Su opened his mouth to remind Hua Xiaoheng of the Chinese-American lady's immense wealth and the blueprints in her hands. However, when he saw Speaker Long and General Ji's equally cold eyes, he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say anything. He had thought that this was a very normal and righteous act. Why did it suddenly seem so wrong? Hua Xiaoheng pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked at Deputy Minister Su and Deputy Minister Wu coldly. "So, Deputy Minister Su and Deputy Minister Wu, for the sake of the best interest in your hearts, you didn't hesitate to bring mercenaries into the country and set up this plan to use the lives of your own people as bait to help the foreign tycoons eliminate their enemies. I have reason to suspect that you're working together from the inside and outside, and that you're spies who have infiltrated our government. Don't you think that the 6th Military Region should be involved in something like this? Nonsense. You're making irresponsible accusations." Deputy Minister Su and Deputy Minister Wu jumped up in unison and fought to profess their innocence. They had never done anything wrong to the country or its people. You really didn't? Hua Xiaoheng threw the list of smuggled weapons that Zhao Yangzi had sent to him on the conference table. Look at the weapons for yourselves. If these heavy weapons were to fall into the hands of those mercenaries, it would be a complete disaster for the citizens of Sea City. But we promised to help Ms. Gu get rid of these mercenaries. Deputy Minister Wu didn't even look at the weapons list. I don't care how difficult it is. We promised our friends, so we must do it. This is the magnanimity of a great nation. Bullsh asterisk T. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but curse. What kind of Bullsh asterisk T friend is this? Major General Hua, please don't curse. Although Gu Xiu is young and not well known in the Empire, she has something that our Empire urgently needs and has promised to provide it to us for free. Now that she is in trouble and has asked us for help, we can't just stand by and watch. Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service looked at General Ji. We have to help her. I will immediately send the specific terms of the exchange to the military headquarters for your approval. General Ji frowned. Must you do this? Let me give you a friendly reminder. These foreign mercenaries are all good soldiers who retired from the regular army. The regular army may not even be a match for them, let alone the Secret Service. In short, the Secret Service made a mess of their own, and no one else has the obligation to clean up your mess. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He took a puff and fiddled with the lighter in his hand. His expression faded. But we have to help her this time, or we won't be able to get the blueprint of the A4 mini-nuclear engine. Deputy Minister Su finally shouted. She really has the blueprint for the A4 miniature nuclear engine. Even General Ji was shocked. Are you sure? We have experts who have seen half of the blueprint and confirmed it. Deputy Minister Su saw that General Ji had changed sides and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng with a bitter expression. But it's too late now. We don't know if those mercenaries already know about what happened in Sea City, so they might not take the bait. But you're saying that she will only give us the blueprint if we eliminate these mercenaries. Speaker Long lowered his head and took notes on his tablet notebook. He looked up at Deputy Minister Su through his reading glasses. Can you guarantee it? Deputy Minister Wu and I will guarantee it together. Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service patted his chest. You guys signed the military agreement. I will handle these mercenaries. Hua Xiaoheng knew the Empire's desire for the small nuclear engine. He would never reject conditions that were beneficial to the country, but he had to set the rules of action. How are you going to handle it? Thanks to you, they might not even come. Deputy Minister Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sneered. Now you regret it? It's too late. How can the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secret Service not have rules? Rules? You're using the lives of your own people as bait, and you still have the cheek to talk about rules? Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him. He quickly played with his lighter with one hand. Then what do you think we should do? If you're not satisfied with our method, why don't you come up with a better one? Deputy Minister Wu felt that he had caught Hua Xiaoheng in the wrong and wanted to stomp on him again. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. He looked up and tapped his fingers on the table. He blew out a faint white smoke ring. I said, you guys sign the military agreement and give me all the information you have on the mercenaries. We will take the initiative to attack. We don't have to harm the lives and property of our empire's people. We will directly annihilate the enemy outside our borders. Annihilate the enemy outside our borders. Major General Hua, don't do anything rash. Deputy Minister Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was extremely nervous. We are a large and orderly nation. If you don't harm the lives and property of our empire's people, you can harm the lives and property of foreigners. I don't agree. Deputy Minister Wu, please be careful with your words. You are a diplomat of the Huaxia Empire, not a diplomat of another country. Hua Xiaoheng put away his lighter and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He threw it into the ashtray. This meant that he wanted to end the conversation. However, Deputy Minister Wu was furious. He rushed in front of him and waved his fists. Major General Hua, in your eyes, our country's foreign policy only serves the interests of our country? Our country's soldiers also only care about the lives of their own citizens. Yeah, in your eyes, our country's foreign policy also serves the interests of other countries. Our country's soldiers also sacrifice the lives of their own citizens for the safety of other countries' citizens. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the skinny and shriveled Deputy Minister Wu. I bet you don't even believe that you're not a spy. If you were one of my soldiers, I would have shot you a long time ago. That way, you wouldn't come out and embarrass yourself. Deputy Minister Wu was furious. How can you be so narrow-minded? The Huaxia Empire is a large nation. Before he could finish, General Ji had already interrupted him coldly. Deputy Minister Wu, I didn't think that after a few hundred years, I would once again hear traitorous remarks like measuring the Huaxia Empire's material resources to win the favor of the nation. In the eyes of our soldiers, diplomats like you are nothing more than traitors. The words of the highest general of the Imperial Army were even more of a blow to Deputy Minister Wu than Hua Xiaoheng's words. His flushed face suddenly lost all color. His face was pale, and his legs were so weak that he almost knelt down. He stammered, I didn't mean it that way. It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 1,200 plus updates. The third night watch was at 6 in the evening. The fourth night watch was at 8 in the evening, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 1,300 plus updates. A reminder, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 94. The expression of Deputy Minister Su of the Secret Service also changed. He did not expect Deputy Minister Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to say such a thing. He sighed heavily and glared at Deputy Minister Wu. Resigned to his fate, he took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Hua Xiaoheng. This is the information on those mercenaries. It would be better if you could eliminate them outside the borders. However, the difficulty is also greater. You don't have to worry about that. That's what we do. Hua Xiaoheng put away the document calmly and didn't take it seriously at all. Give me a digital copy. He would not completely trust the things that others took out. He would look for his own people to verify all the information related to this mercenary army and formulate a battle plan. Deputy Minister Su saw that he had a well-thought-out plan and thought that since he had been promoted to Major General at such a young age, he must have done a lot of such things. I'll send you an encrypted file when I get back. Pausing, he reminded Hua Xiaoheng, you only have less than a month. If you don't make it in time, you don't have to worry about that. From now on, this matter will be handled by the 6th Military Region. You have no right to interfere. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and glanced at Deputy Minister Wu. Since Deputy Minister Wu is deeply dissatisfied with me, I request that Deputy Minister Wu be sent to recuperate in order to prevent her from affecting our operations. Once we're done with the operation, we'll let Deputy Minister Wu come back to work. Mr. Speaker, General Ji, what do you think? This meant that he had lost trust in Deputy Minister Wu. General Ji considered the fact that this was the 6th Military Region's first mission since its establishment, so he should give Hua Xiaoheng more confidence. General Ji was also disgusted by Deputy Minister Wu's words and actions. He nodded slightly. Someone send Deputy Minister Wu to the military sanatorium to recuperate. When the event is over, bring him back with Major General Hua's order. Deputy Minister Wu's face turned even paler, and his whole body trembled like a sieve. He looked at General Ji pitifully, but seeing that he didn't even look up, he had no choice but to look at Speaker Long for help. Speaker Long ignored him. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng and nodded approvingly. Major General Hua is indeed thoughtful. Let's do this. The diplomatic team of the Senate will help you with the specific procedures. This was the final word. The Minister of Foreign Affairs still had to report to the Senate. As a deputy minister, the Foreign Affairs group of the Senate had full authority to send him to recuperate. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when he finished the meeting at the Ministry of National Defense. Hua Xiaoheng was still full of energy and did not feel tired at all. However, the elderly people who attended the meeting with him couldn't take it anymore. When they walked out of the meeting room, they almost needed someone to support them. There were simply too many things to do in the past few days. Just discussing the manpower arrangement had caused everyone to bicker every day. After greeting a few familiar faces, Xiaoheng got into his car and called Zhao Liangzi. "Xiao Zhe, bring your men to the capital. There's a mission." "Mr. Hua, where was Big Xiong?" "Big Xiong, do you want to come along?" When Zhao Liangzi received the call, he knew that it must have something to do with the smuggling of firearms. He rubbed his hands in anticipation of the big fight. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated. "Let him stay. We can't slack off on Yinji's side." "Yes, sir." Zhao Liangzi did not ask any more questions. He notified his team members and rushed to the imperial capital that very night. The next morning, their team began to look into the details of the mercenaries on the list according to the information given to them by the Secret Service. Thanks to the internet age, they could find a lot of insider information without leaving their homes. Of course, situations like the Japanese Masao Oda were rare. Nowadays, most people wanted to post everything they had online. Every day, from the moment they woke up in the morning to the moment they went to bed at night, they were posting all sorts of status updates. These statuses became the most basic data for intelligence work. From these statuses, they could analyze a lot of useful information. They could also dig into a person's background and life experience from their online friends. Even ordinary netizens without hacking skills were very good at digging into people's identities. Not to mention a hacker like Zhao Liangzi, who had reached the pinnacle of his skills. They searched for 2 days and 2 nights and verified all the information on the mercenaries. "Mr. Hua, the Secret Service gave us the information on 8 mercenaries. According to them, 3 of them are former members of the British Secret Service Special Forces, 3 of them served in the Russian Alpha Special Forces, and 2 of them are former members of the American Navy SEALs." Yes, and the truth. Hua Xiaoheng knew that the Secret Service's information was wrong when he heard Zhao Liangzi's words. The truth is, these 3 members of the Russian Alpha Special Forces actually served in the American Delta Force. We don't know why they were classified as the Russian Alpha Special Forces. Hua Xiaoheng took the information and looked at it. He twirled a thin lighter in his hand and tapped on the information. It's probably because the person who collected the information didn't know the difference. These 3 people are former members of the American Delta Force, but they were trained according to the Russian Alpha Special Forces. They are the imaginary enemies used by the American Special Forces during their exercises. Judging from the weapons, clothing, tactics, and combat skills they use, they're no different from the real Russian Alpha Special Forces members. Is that so? Zhao Liangzi suddenly understood. Just like the Red Army and Blue Army during our exercises, right? Yes, the Red Army is our army, and the Blue Army is the imaginary enemy during the exercises. This imaginary enemy could be the American Army, or the Russian Army, or the British Army, or the French Army. The Blue Army's training and equipment are completely foreign methods and weapons to fight against the Red Army. This is what our ancestors said: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Got it. Zhao Liangzi was full of admiration for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had won every year in the World Special Forces competition, so he knew these special forces like the back of his hand. Similarly, when these foreign special forces soldiers retired and became mercenaries, Hua Xiaoheng was also the person who knew them the best. Find out where they live and prepare for action. Hua Xiaoheng only said one sentence and left the rest of the task to his subordinates. As one of the top leaders of the 6th Military Region, he didn't need to personally go into battle. He only needed to find talented people and then send them to suitable places to make use of them. After everything was prepared, Hua Xiaoheng quietly left the empire with the special forces and boarded a plane to go abroad. That day was the last day of Gu Yinji's 2-week vacation. She called Hua Xiaoheng from the base all afternoon, but no one picked up. She had no choice but to find Yin Shixiang and said listlessly, "Brother Xiong, I have to go back to school. Can you take me back?" Yin Shixiang knew that Zhao Liangzi and the others had gone on a mission and was very worried about them. However, he was much more concerned about Gu Yinji than before, so he didn't complain about being left behind. Seeing that she was unhappy, he tried to comfort her. Nianji, we're soldiers. You know what we do? We can be called upon at any time, so we can go at any time. Gunyanji nodded and hugged her backpack. I know. Just let me be sad for a while. I'll be fine after this. In Shixian was speechless. The little girl had grown up and was full of thoughts. It was so hard to take care of her. He dropped her off near the school, but Gunyanji wouldn't let him in. She got out of the car at the entrance of C University and entered the campus alone. She had only walked a few steps with her suitcase when she heard someone call her from behind. Gunyanji? You're Gunyanji, right? Gunyanji returned to see Ai Weinan in a fiery red dress and carrying a small sachet, standing in front of her with a smile. It was the third watch. The fourth watch at 8 p.m., and the monthly tickets were 1,300 plus updates. A reminder, monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 95. Of course, Gunyanji knew who Ai Weinan was, but what was so special about her that she had to know her? She looked Ai Weinan up and down and asked with a smile, I'm Gunyanji. May I ask who you are? Ai Weinan choked and looked at Gunyanji in shock. You don't know who I am? Oh, why would I know you? Gunyanji wasn't going to give the other any satisfaction. Ai Weinan hadn't expected this at all. She had thought she was a thorn in Gunyanji's side. A thorn in her flesh? She didn't remember her? No way. Ai Weinan remembered Mei Xiaowen telling her that Gunyanji was an orphan and had a distant uncle as her guardian. Her family wasn't very well off. Was that why she was clinging to Mei Xiaowen's rich family? Ai Weinan smiled graciously and said to Gunyanji, It's okay if you don't remember. Let's get to know each other again. She held out her hand. I'm Ai Weinan, Xiaowen's middle and high school classmate and deskmate. She then carefully looked at Gunyanji's expression and said in a particularly exaggerated tone of voice, But don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. Xiaowen and I are good buddies. There's nothing else. He loves to tell me whatever's on his mind, and I love to tell him whatever's on my mind, that's all. Gunyanji dragged her suitcase and stood on the campus's boulevard, looking at Ai Weinan like she was an idiot. She shook her head and turned a corner to walk around. A female classmate saw Gunyanji and quickly greeted her, then asked, Who was that? So weird. Gunyanji laughed. Who knows? She was so secretive, I didn't even know who she was. The first thing she said was that she was the class rep's deskmate, and they were like this and that. It made me feel awkward. No way. Isn't that a declaration of sovereignty? The female classmate knew Mei Xiaowen was courting Gunyanji and gave her a light shove with a smile. What's sovereignty? You're a law student. How can you use words like that? Gunyanji giggled as she joked with her classmate and returned to her dorm. Ai Weinan face alternated between red and white. Gunyanji's actions made her want to vomit blood. In the evening, C University students bustled back and forth. She stood awkwardly on the boulevard for a while, then remembered why she was there, and headed to Mei Xiaowen's dorm. There was a reason she mustered up the courage to come to C University to find Mei Xiaowen. News of C University's Class 1 and Class 2's mishap at the Dufeng Mountain Resort Villa had already spread throughout C City and the entire empire. The TV stations took turns to follow up, the national popular websites followed up with follow-up reports, and the forums in Weibo were in full swing. Everyone in their WeChat moments was sharing different versions of the crisis. With such a strong propaganda campaign, it was rare to find someone who didn't know about this. To stand guard in the girls' dorm, of course. Strongman laughed as he opened the door. Did you forget? Class rep is chasing Nianji. Ai Weinan laughed heartily. Then he's in luck. I saw Nianji returning to the dorm when I came in. The two of them should have met by now, right? Who knows? Hey, do you want to come in? Strongman moved aside. You still have your luggage? Ai Weinan spread her hands. I just got here. I haven't booked a hotel yet. I'm going to find some old classmates to sing all night. Do you want to join us? Strongman really wanted to go, but then he remembered that Ai Weinan and Mei Xiaowen were high school classmates. Their old classmates must be from high school as well. There was no point in joining them. He shook his head with a smile. Thanks, maybe next time. AI Weinan took out a bag of local delicacies from Z City and gave it to Strongman. I brought this for you. I saw you like this a lot last time. Oh, thank you. Weinan, you're the best. He praised AI Weinan as if she were a flower. She was the epitome of kindness. AI Weinan saw that Mei Xiaowen wasn't there and didn't go in. She turned and left C University. She made a few phone calls and found a dozen high school classmates. We're all graduating soon, so let's have a good gathering today. We won't go home until we're drunk. If you're drunk, go sleep in the room upstairs. I got 2 rooms here, one for the boys and one for the girls. AI Weinan was the host. She knew how to lighten the mood. A male classmate said, "Why don't we call class rep? It's not fun without him." "That's fine too. You call him," AI Weinan said with a smile. It was the 4th update, and the monthly pass was 1,300 plus updates. Good night, everyone. Chapter 96. The people AI Weinan had invited to the Hotel KTV were all their high school classmates. Mei Xiaowen had been their class rep since junior high. Everyone was familiar with each other and knew that Mei Xiaowen loved crowds and organizing school activities. Seeing that no one objected, the male classmate picked up his phone and called Mei Xiaowen. At that moment, Mei Xiaowen and Gun Yinji were eating ice cream in a dessert shop on C University's campus. Gun Yinji had a box of Häagen-Dazs grape ice cream in front of her. She used a small spoon to slowly eat as she looked at Mei Xiaowen's pale face. "You've lost weight. Where did you go? Didn't you rest well?" Mei Xiaowen rubbed his chin. He didn't eat the ice cream in front of him. He asked for a cup of hot coffee. "I didn't go anywhere for the past 2 weeks. I was sick at home. Otherwise, I would have gone looking for you." "You're sick?" Gun Yinji froze. The spoon in her hand froze. "What's wrong? Are you feeling better?" "I'm better now. It's just a fever. I'm probably tired and got caught in the rain." Mei Xiaowen reached out to hold Gun Yinji's hand. "What about you? Are you okay?" Gun Yinji looked delicate and soft, especially with her pointy chin, which always gave people the illusion that she was too fragile to stand up to the wind. She was actually very healthy. Chun Lai, who often gave her checkups, knew this best. Of course, outsiders wouldn't know. Gun Yinji withdrew her hand and propped her head on the table. She shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm not sick. I was just really sleepy. I slept until noon the next day when I got home." When she woke up, she instinctively called Hua Xiaoeng, who was far away in the imperial capital. And then there was no, and then Hua Xiaoeng was gone for 2 weeks. He didn't call back, nor did he come back. Gun Yinji propped her head up absent-mindedly. She held a small spoon and stirred the ice cream in the tub. She almost turned the tub into a creamy paste. From Mei Xiaowen's angle, he could see the silhouette of Gun Yinji's long eyelashes from the side. They were thick and long, half covering her mesmerizing eyes. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. True beauties were always good-looking, even when they were distracted. Mei Xiaowen stared at her with a smile until his phone suddenly rang. Both of them snapped back to reality. Gun Yinji immediately looked down at her phone and realized it wasn't her ringtone. Mei Xiaowen paused. It was his phone. The caller was a male high school classmate. Mei Xiaowen stood up and nodded at Gun Yinji. "Yinji, I'll take a call outside." Gun Yinji tilted her head at him. "Please." The dessert shop was actually quite quiet. Although it wasn't explicitly forbidden to make phone calls, it wasn't good to ruin the quiet environment. Mei Xiaowen walked out with his phone in hand. "Class leader? What are you doing?" The male student's voice came from a phone. "It's you." Mei Xiaowen smiled and put his hands in his pockets. "Why did you call me?" "It's like this. Weinan came to visit us from Z City. He invited a dozen of his high school classmates to karaoke. Everyone said we couldn't miss class leader, so I volunteered to call you." The male student was very enthusiastic. "Class leader, everyone's looking at me. You cannot give me face. Also, we're graduating soon, and everyone will be going their separate ways. Don't you want to get together?" Mei Xiaowen knew that AI Weinan loved crowds and had been very popular in high school. That was why she could get so many classmates to karaoke with her so easily. He turned around and looked at Gunyinji through the large glass window in the dessert shop. She was still supporting her head with her hand, but she wasn't stirring her ice cream anymore. "How long are you guys going to hang out? I'll see if I have time." Mei Xiaowen didn't want to leave Gunyinji and hesitated. "Class leader, just come over. What are you doing? If you have other classmates, bring them along. Weinan is paying." She said the more the merrier. Mei Xiaowen saw that Gunyinji was bored and wanted to take her out to have some fun. He agreed. "Okay, where are you guys? Send me the address." The male student knew that Mei Xiaowen had a car, so he could just send the address. Mei Xiaowen received the address and saw that it was a hotel not too far from campus. He turned to walk into the dessert shop and asked Gunyinji, "Nyinji, do you want to go karaoke with me?" "Oh." Gunyinji sat up straight. "But I can't sing." "That's fine. I'm fine as long as I can sing." Mei Xiaowen reached out to pull her up. "A group of my high school classmates are singing at a KTV near our campus. They asked me to go. Let's go together." Hearing Mei Xiaowen mention his high school classmates, Gunyinji immediately thought of AI Weinan, whom she had seen on her way back to campus. AI Weinan was almost certain to be among the classmates who were singing. Gunyinji didn't want to get involved with Mei Xiaowen's high school classmates. They were classmates, but she wasn't. She felt like a stranger among them. It was awkward. Of course, Gunyinji hadn't thought about the main reason. She just subconsciously didn't want to see AI Weinan. Every time she saw the girl use the excuse of being a good friend to hide her feelings for Mei Xiaowen, Gunyinji felt sick for her. Just say it out loud if you like someone. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mei Xiaowen was so gentlemanly and didn't eat people up, Gunyinji despised him. But she only thought about it in her mind. She wouldn't say it out loud. She stood up and grabbed her phone. Shaking her head, she refused. "Since it's a high school reunion, I won't go. Go ahead, and remember to come back early." She reached out and gently brushed Mei Xiaowen's shirt as if it was covered in dust. The dessert shop was actually very clean. Mei Xiaowen's snow-white t-shirt didn't have a speck of dust on it. Mei Xiaowen didn't insist. He held her hand and walked out with her. "I'll take you back first, then go see them. These guys always cause a ruckus. I hope they don't go overboard today." Gunyinji smiled and didn't say anything. She slowly walked back to her dorm room and waved at Mei Xiaowen as he drove away. When she returned to the dorm, her 3 roommates were quite surprised to see her. "Why are you back so early? It's not even 9 yet." Gunyinji grabbed her clothes and went to the bathroom to shower. She said, "It's Xiaowen's high school reunion. He's leaving. TSK, 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 a high school reunion. We haven't even gotten together with our college classmates yet." Little Temptress clicked her tongue and continued scrolling through Weibo to catch up on the trending topics. Gunyinji took a shower and crawled into bed. She held her laptop and listened to music with her headphones as she revised her thesis. Before she knew it, it was almost 11 o'clock. The lights were about to go out when she remembered to look at her phone. Mei Xiaowen hadn't sent her a message. At the same time, in the hotel garden, AI Weinan called Mei Xiaowen out of the KTV room. She finally mustered up the courage to say to him, "Xiaowen, there's something I've been waiting 6 years to say to you." This was the first update. My friend's monthly votes were awesome. Looks like I'll have to continue with the 4th update. The second update at 1 p.m. was 1,400 monthly votes. The third update at 6 p.m. The monthly vote at 8 p.m. was 1,500 monthly votes. Thank you, Run Xiaoyao 2722, for tipping me yesterday. Chapter 97. The hotel's garden was special. It was enclosed in a glass greenhouse on the top floor. At night, in the garden on the top floor, one could see the bright starry sky outside the glass roof when they looked up. Flowers were blooming around them, and all kinds of tropical rainforest plants were full of vitality. There were a few artificial streams flowing on the ground, and there was an electronic simulation of the sound of water. Mei Xiaowen had his hands in his trouser pockets. He stood under a green guanyin. His gold-rimmed glasses were handsome and elegant. He was the kind of man that high school girls couldn't resist. AI Wainon no longer hid her love for Mei Xiaowen. Her eyes were full of love. She wrung her hands and looked up at Mei Xiaowen. Her voice was hoarser than usual. Xiaowen, you've been in my heart since second year of high school. You've never left it. Mei Xiaowen sighed softly. His beautiful eyebrows furrowed behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He opened his mouth to stop AI Wainon from continuing. AI Wainon didn't care about anything else. She continued, I know you have someone else in your heart. I know you were with someone else. And I'm best friends with her. That's why I didn't do anything. I just stayed by your side. Every time you went on a date with her, she would tell me in detail. Every time you argued, she would cry to me. I can tell you without hesitation that every time she wanted to break up with you, I was the one who tried my best to persuade her to come back to you. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, Mei Xiaowen's eyes suddenly widened. His serene smile cracked a little. He knew AI Wainon was his first girlfriend's best friend, but he didn't expect them to be this close. Those breakups and reunions had always been a secret and sacred place in his heart. He thought it was a secret they shared, but to her, it wasn't a secret anymore. She could even share something like that with someone else. Anger rose in Mei Xiaowen's heart. His eyes dimmed, and his expression became more and more serious. AI Wainon saw the change in Mei Xiaowen's expression. She changed the subject. Xiaowen, if you were still with her, I wouldn't be saying these things to you. Even if I loved you so much that I couldn't help myself, I wouldn't say a word. Mei Xiaowen lowered his head. His eyes fell to the floor between him and AI Wainon. He could even see that AI Wainon was wearing a pair of black, pointy high-heeled shoes. But what kind of person are you chasing now? Does your family know you're courting someone like that? AI Wainon's voice carried a hint of reproach. I have my own pride. Since you have always been unwilling to face up to my efforts and care for you, I would rather not say anything and live like this for the rest of my life. But this time, when you ran into danger at Dufing Mountain Resort Villa and almost lost your life, I suddenly realized something. If I don't tell you, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. AI Wainon paused, then took a step forward and grabbed Mei Xiaowen's hand. She looked up at his downcast face expectantly. Xiaowen, give me a chance, and give your happiness a chance too. Spend the rest of your life with me. You won't regret your choice today. Mei Xiaowen let out a long sigh as AI Wainon grabbed his hand. He pulled his hand away and said in a low voice, Wainon, I've always thought of you as a good friend, but you... His words were like a slap to AI Wainon's face. Sadness, disappointment, awkwardness, all sorts of emotions flashed through her heart. She clenched her fists tightly to prevent herself from backing down. Of course we're good friends, but there's no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman. AI Wainon's eyes sparkled as she stared at Mei Xiaowen. Unless you're gay. But I really think of you as a good friend, the genderless kind. Mei Xiaowen hesitated for a long moment before speaking his mind. His words weren't just a slap, they were a kick to the heart. AI Wainon's courage, which she had been building up for 2 weeks, was completely shattered. She puffed out her chest and yelled at Mei Xiaowen, I'm a woman. A woman. Do you see that? How could he treat her as a genderless friend? Her breasts weren't small either. She wasn't AC, but she was AB-. You know that's not what I meant. Mei Xiaowen looked away from AI Wainon. You're her best friend, and I think of you as my best friend too. I didn't know about all the things you did for me in the past. I know now, and I'm grateful. But thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, I'm sorry. 6 years of love, all in exchange for a thank you, I'm sorry. AI Wainon's fists loosened and tightened, then loosened again. Although she had been prepared for this outcome, she was still at a loss when faced with it. There was an old saying, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a thin veil. But to her, it seemed to be the exact opposite. She had chased after Mei Xiaowen for 6 years, but she hadn't even reached the foot of the mountain. Xiaowen, tell me, what do I lack in comparison to them? My family background is better than theirs, my grades are better than theirs, and my feelings for you are deeper than theirs. Even if my looks and figure aren't better than theirs, they're not worse either. Tell me, what do you want? AI Waynon knew she had completely lost, but she wasn't willing to accept it. She wanted to know why she had lost. She had thought about it for 6 years and still couldn't figure it out. Why did Mei Xiaowen love her? That first love was one thing, but now Mei Xiaowen wanted an orphan girl with no family background and still didn't want her. Mei Xiaowen looked at AI Waynon's hurt expression and couldn't bear it anymore. He reached out and tucked a strand of AI Waynon's hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered on her face for a moment, then slowly moved away. He said quietly, "Waynon, you're a very good girl. I'm sure someone will love you in the future, but we're really not right for each other." "What's not right? Tell me, I'll change, okay?" AI Waynon missed the warmth of Mei Xiaowen's fingertips on her earlobe. She threw all caution to the wind and hugged Mei Xiaowen's waist, resting her head on his chest. Listening to his pounding heart, AI Waynon closed her eyes and choked out, "Fine, you don't have to love me. I don't blame you. But can you take me? I'll only give my virginity to the person I love the most." Mei Xiaowen was speechless. "I don't want you to take responsibility. I won't cause you any trouble. Just think of it as a one-night stand with me. Tomorrow morning, we'll go our separate ways. I'll never see you again, and you'll never look for me again, okay?" AI Waynon looked up at Mei Xiaowen, her eyes filled with despair. "Really, I'll never use any means to drag you down. But for the sake of all the years I've loved you, give me a beautiful memory, okay? Let me have something to remember for the rest of my life, okay?" It was the second night watch, and a monthly ticket arrived at 1,400 plus updates. It was the third night watch at 6 p.m., the fourth night watch at 8 p.m., and the monthly ticket was 1,500 plus updates. Just a reminder, monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 98. Being hugged by a young girl, pouring out her love, and even expressing her willingness to offer her chastity to spend a night with him. No man would remain indifferent. Mei Xiaowen hadn't expected AI Waynon to be so bold and passionate. He froze as she held him firmly by the waist. He couldn't help but wrap his arms around her shoulders and pat her on the back. He really didn't love AI Waynon. There was nothing to explain. Actually, there were often no reasons for love or not between a man and a woman. Sometimes there was just no chemistry between two people, no matter how hard one party tried. Between a man and a woman, only love was love. Everything else was called unrequited love or unrequited love, not love between two parties. It wasn't that AI Waynon wasn't good, but she couldn't make Mei Xiaowen develop any impulsive feelings of love. In Western terms, there was no chemistry between two people, so they couldn't fall in love. But AI Waynon understood men very well. For men, even if they didn't love each other, sex was no problem. There was a saying in the West called Mercy F***K, referring to the kind of one-night stand that AI Waynon had requested. So this was the last step in her plan, and the only way to save herself from the worst. She made this request because she was confident that as long as Mei Xiaowen slept with her once, there would be a second time, a third time. Feelings would sublimate into love through repeated one-night stands. Whether Mei Xiaowen believed it or not, AI Waynon believed it. Seeing that Mei Xiaowen hadn't pushed her away for a long time, AI Waynon thought he had acquiesced. She whispered, "I even got a third room here." She had originally told her classmates that she would get 2 rooms, one for the girls and one for the boys. She had actually secretly gotten a third room for herself and Mei Xiaowen. She wanted her first time to be perfect, without any regrets. She wanted Mei Xiaowen to be addicted to her and unable to give her up. Unfortunately, she had overestimated her charm. Mei Xiaowen's mind was filled with not only the unforgettable memories of his first love, but also Gu Nianji's large, unspoken eyes. He finally pushed AI Waynon away and smiled. "Waynon, your virginity should be reserved for the person who loves you the most. I don't love you. I can't sleep with you." He looked at his watch. "It's getting late. I have to go. You guys have fun. I'm leaving first. AI Weinan had been preparing for this for a long time. She had anticipated all sorts of scenarios, including the worst-case scenario of Mei Xiaoan rejecting her. But she hadn't expected him to reject her to this extent. Even though she took the initiative to throw herself at him and wanted nothing more than to throw herself at him, he still pushed her away. AI Weinan covered her face and cried as she watched Mei Xiaoan walk away. By the time Mei Xiaoan returned to school, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. The dormitory was already closed. He had to wake up the building manager to let him in. But he couldn't sleep at all. Today, AI Weinan mentioned the person who had been hiding in his heart for 4 years. He thought that he had already walked out of it. When he faced that person again, he could talk and laugh as if nothing had happened and treat it as a romantic past. But what happened tonight made him realize that he hadn't forgotten about her. His heart beat violently for a while at every mention of her. No one had ever given him this kind of feeling, not even Gun Yinji. Of course, Gun Yinji had touched him far more than other women. That was why he was determined to pursue her. Given time, when they had been together for a long time and their feelings had deepened, they might be able to erase the traces left behind by their first love. For now, it looked like they hadn't done that yet. Mei Xiaoan took out his phone and opened the Weibo account, Black Tea's Sky. It was a Weibo account they had shared when they were passionately in high school. Both of them had passwords and no other fans. They wrote on it for each other to see. Both of them were artistic youths. Those phrases and poems that expressed their love, those that recorded every state of their lingering past, were the best catalyst for their feelings. Mei Xiaoan entered the account he had memorized in the dark, but when he entered the password, he was shocked to find that he couldn't log in. Mei Xiaoan immediately sat up in bed. This password was only known to him and her. He had just logged in to see this Weibo account a while ago. It had only been a few months. How could the password have changed? Could it be that she was back and the password had been changed? Mei Xiaoan's fingers kept trying all kinds of password combinations on the Weibo login page. In the end, he even used the password recovery function, but it was useless. There was no text message sent to his phone. This meant that all the passwords of the Weibo account had been changed. Mei Xiaoan was in a daze for a while. After the initial shock, he slowly calmed down. Looking at the Weibo account, he felt that he couldn't be 100% sure that she was back. Maybe the account had been hacked? This kind of thing happened all the time. Mei Xiaoan logged into his Weibo and directly searched for the Weibo account he shared with his first love, Black Tea's Sky. He found that there was a recent status on the Weibo account. Maybe the scenery in the distance isn't necessarily beautiful. Maybe the most beautiful scenery is right beside us. I'm sorry that I was frivolous back then and gave up the most beautiful scenery around me. Mei Xiaoan's hands shook violently. He couldn't believe his eyes. After 4 years, he saw her again, seeing this latest Weibo post. Mei Xiaoan was sure that the Weibo account hadn't been hacked. She had changed the password. Come to think of it, he had posted a lot of content on the Weibo account over the past 4 years, all for her to read. After the breakup, he didn't know if she would come back, nor did he know if she would read it. But every time he thought of something, he would post it. He didn't care even if he was the only one reading it. It was only after he made up his mind to pursue Gun Yinji that he rarely logged into the Weibo account he shared with his first love. Tonight, when AI Weinan mentioned it, he remembered to check it again. He didn't expect to discover the truth that kept him up all night. He hesitated for a long time. His fingers swiped over the private message for a long time, but in the end, he resisted. She was the one who left. If she still had feelings for him, she should be the one to look for him. Mei Xiaoan didn't fall asleep until it was almost dawn. It was almost noon when he woke up the next day. He casually picked up his phone to look at it. He actually saw a few messages from Gun Yinji in the past few days. They had all been sent this morning. He had been sleeping and missed them. Mei Xiaoan hurriedly called her. It only rang once before she picked up. "Xiaoan, you're awake?" Gun Yinji's cheerful voice sounded on the other end of the line. "I heard from Strongman that you slept very late last night. This was the 3rd watch. There was a 4th watch at 8 p.m. Monthly votes plus 1,500. Just a reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 99. Gun Yinji's cheerful voice woke Mei Xiaowen up from his slumber. He liked her voice very much. Every time he heard her speak, he couldn't help but pay full attention, for fear that he would miss a single word. Yeah, the downstairs was locked when I came back yesterday. I woke the building manager up to open the door for me, but she didn't like me. Mei Xiaowen's voice was still raspy as he slowly sat up on the bed. Gun Yinji heard that Mei Xiaowen had come back last night instead of hanging out with his high school friends. She secretly gave him a thumbs up in her mind. It's already noon. Are you hungry? I'll bring you lunch. Gun Yinji was in a good mood and wanted to repay Mei Xiaowen. After all, Mei Xiaowen had insisted on bringing her breakfast and eating lunch and dinner with her for the past 2 to 3 months. Even if she was returning the favor, she still had to give back to society once in a while. Mei Xiaowen hadn't expected Gun Yinji to offer to bring him lunch either. He was touched and said slowly, "Does this count as waiting for the clouds to disperse to see the moon?" Gun Yinji laughed. "Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. Aren't you going to eat lunch?" "Of course I am. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to bring me lunch. I must eat." Mei Xiaowen rolled out of bed and realized he was the only one in the dorm. He lazily slipped on his slippers and found a t-shirt to wear. He opened the door for some fresh air and saw AI Weinan standing at the door. Mei Xiaowen froze and couldn't help looking at the number on the door. That's right, this was his dorm room. AI Weinan was also carrying a plastic bag containing the food she had brought from the hotel. "I know you haven't eaten." AI Weinan picked up the bag graciously. "Go ahead, these are your favorite dishes." Mei Xiaowen hadn't expected AI Weinan to be so persistent. He sighed and shook his head. "Why do you have to do this?" "Why? Don't overthink it. I've completely thought it through this time. I only want to be friends with you." AI Weinan patted his shoulder. "Even though you rejected me last night, now that I think about it, I'm very grateful you did. Otherwise, my husband would have a knot in his heart, and I'd regret it for the rest of my life." Mei Xiaowen smiled and nodded. "It's good that you've thought it through." Then he added jokingly, "That's right, a good girl like our Weinan has a long line of suitors out there. You shouldn't expect too much from her." "Yeah, I won't ask for someone like class rep in the future." AI Weinan tilted her head and gave him a small smile. She looked a little charming. Mei Xiaowen smiled and patted her shoulder. He sat down at the table and watched as AI Weinan took out a box of vegetables from the bag and placed it on the table. She also arranged disposable chopsticks for him. Mei Xiaowen was famished. Seeing that it was all his favorite dishes, he picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites. Gun Yinji stood at the door for a long time with the food she had bought from the cafeteria. She knocked on the door and smiled. "Huh? You've already eaten?" AI Weinan turned around and saw that it was Gun Yinji. She said enthusiastically, "Yinji, come in, come in. Xiaowen was just talking about you. Who would have thought that speaking of the devil would bring him here?" Gun Yinji's lips curved into a smile. She walked in and placed the boxes in front of Mei Xiaowen. "I didn't know you already had food, so I bought some for you. You can have it if you want, or give it to Strongman if you don't. He'll eat anything." Mei Xiaowen blushed. He shouldn't have eaten AI Weinan's food. She had said that Gun Yinji would bring him food, but he had eaten it. It was disrespectful to Gun Yinji in the first place. "I'm starving. Hurry and give it to me." Mei Xiaowen thanked Gun Yinji with more enthusiasm than usual. He opened the 2 boxes. AI Weinan looked at them with a smile. "Did you buy them from the cafeteria?" She shook her head. "Xiaowen only eats beef. He rarely eats pork. Also, he only eats wild shrimp and crabs. He doesn't eat farmed ones." Gun Yinji couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. What a problem. Was this mother's tone about to ascend to the heavens? In Mei Xiaowen, he also had a lot of problems. Fresh seafood was fine, but he wanted to eat wild and not farmed. Was he bullying her because she didn't know the difference between wild and farmed? "Oh," Gun Yinji said to Mei Xiaowen, "Xiaowen, this isn't a good idea. The seawater is heavily polluted with heavy metals. Wild shrimp and crabs have a lot of heavy metal deposits. Don't eat wild shrimp and crabs in the future. Remember to eat farmed ones. I know a place in Sea City that produces very good farmed shrimp and crabs." They're usually specially supplied to various government agencies. It's much better than eating wild shrimp and crabs of unknown origin. Every word was a direct contradiction to what AI Waynon had just said. AI Waynon blushed, but was too embarrassed to argue with Gu Nianji in front of Mei Xiaoan. She could only giggle. I didn't think Nianji knew about specially supplied. Haha. Gu Nianji regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She hadn't even officially agreed to be Mei Xiaoan's girlfriend. Why did she have to act like she was jealous? She was making a fool of herself. The only happy person in the dorm was Mei Xiaoan. The fact that Gu Nianji was jealous meant that he was starting to enter her heart. His hard work over the past few months hadn't been in vain. He placed the food Gu Nianji had brought in front of him and smiled. I'll eat it all. I'll eat it all. I'm so hungry I can eat a cow. What's this? Gu Nianji chuckled. Take your time then. I'll be going. She turned to leave. She was filled with regret. She shouldn't have softened and brought Mei Xiaoan food. Mei Xiaoan and AI Waynon were clearly closer than before. What was wrong with her? Gu Nianji's expression darkened the moment she left Mei Xiaoan's dorm building. AI Waynon saw Gu Nianji leave. Her heart skipped a beat. She said to Mei Xiaoan, You eat. I have to go too. I'm flying back to campus today. Do you want me to take you? Mei Xiaoan gulped down his food. Wait for me. It'll be ready soon. It's fine you eat. You've lost so much weight. If Hongcha saw you, she'd be heartbroken. AI Waynon suddenly mentioned Mei Xiaoan's first girlfriend, Jiang Hongcha. Mei Xiaoan choked on his food and began coughing violently. AI Waynon felt better when she saw Mei Xiaoan's reaction. She had lost to Jiang Hongcha and accepted it. But Gu Nianji, was she worthy? AI Waynon hurried down the stairs and finally caught up with Gu Nianji halfway down the stairs. Nianji! Nianji! Wait! AI Waynon ran up to her, panting. Gu Nianji didn't want to wait, but her classmates kept glancing at her and AI Waynon's loud voice. She couldn't pretend she hadn't heard. She stopped and turned to look at her. What else do you want? The fourth installment of the monthly ticket arrived at 1500. Good night, dear friends. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.